I'm never going to get tired of that opening.
I know. Chills.
So
Bob
good.
is so good.
Hey, everybody. How's it going? Welcome to almost day 2, round 2 of the NFL draft on the Fantasy Cares YouTube channel. I'm going to go right now and tweet out the draft hasn't started yet, but we sure have. Come and hang out with us. So how's everyone going? It's funny. The tweet I sent out with the link for this and everything was, where were you when the Falcons drafted Michael Penix with the 8th overall pick? More importantly, where will you be when teams make even crazier picks tonight?
Oh man, I just hope I've got like eyes on everybody. I probably won't. Somebody will draft somebody that I haven't even watched, and it'll be fun. But because I only got to like 60-ish players this year. So I say this year. Usually I'm only around 48, but this was a good class.
Oh, is that something you do? I mean, of course it'd be nice, but like that feels.
Tim, can I have him with my Patriots? We got a quarterback throwing to Kendrick Bourne. Like
look, that's rough. The wide receivers in Washington are at least better than the wide receivers in New England. So have some pity on Zach and maybe let Ayuko there is what I'm saying. Though, if I'm talking, oh man, that's a rough question. Like if we were talking about Higgins, which would I rather go to the Manders or to the Patriots?
Come join the dark side, Russ.
I am just bored by red, white, and blue jerseys is my big problem with that. Like, I know that, like, I would need the Willie McGinnis era Patriots jerseys where the numbers were kind of gray and there was red and blue and like a 3-layer on the numbers. That's what I would need. I would try and find that jersey, like the throwback.
I'll do you even better. I like the old red with the Pat Patriot. Like when I grew up, even though they were terrible.
That's one of the best helmets.
Absolutely. Like they were bad. Like people don't realize you say you're a Patriots fan and everyone's like, and I'm like, man,
you're a Patriots fan.
Yeah. I was cognizant for the Rod Rust era Patriots where they went 1-15. Like they were as bad as it gets. And so like that's how I grew. I didn't think any of my teams would ever win growing up. But
it's Oh yeah, but you got your time in most sports.
There was a run in the 90s and
with the Celtics,
2000s that it was nice.
I don't know if the Bruins ever really did it, but
yes, they did.
Fun to watch for in the late 90s.
They did a couple. They did a couple times. The Celtics did a couple times. The Red Sox did. The Patriots. It was just like everybody did. I'm gonna make enemies in the chat, but like I'm not one of those like throw it in your face Patriots fans either. Like whatever. It's great that they win. I like watching good teams. I like watching good players. I think that's the gravitation to fantasy football. But this first round. The first round yesterday, aside from the fact that it was a little wild with Michael Penix, is like I don't see for fantasy how we got hurt too bad at all. I mean, Bowers to Las Vegas
is even bad when you think about it. Like I think we're just overthinking Michael Mayer. Like maybe he's just not like he's a tight end too. That's not a bad thing. Like I think we're overthinking the Raiders being a really bad spot for Bowers. Like he's set up to be the premier target whenever Adams decides not to play anymore.
Yeah,
like that's not a bad thing. I mean, I'm a little more worried about Odunze having that much competition. A little more worried about, man, like, of course, Mahomes is like maybe literally the best quarterback in the league right now. I don't know enough to say yes or no to that, but like, they don't really throw their throwing game is weirdly simplistic and maybe not exactly. I mean, they throw a lot over the middle, which I guess, like you keep saying, that he's good to take a slant to the house whenever. So
Yeah.
maybe that does fall into his wheelhouse. But like,
you're talking like no. So I don't.
Neighbors to the Giants. Like, there was nothing that was like to me. Like, it's nothing was bad. Like, I was more worried that something like. I was worried the Patriots were going to take a wide receiver. Like, if the Patriots took Marvin Harrison Jr. as their neighbors, like, we'd be a little bit more worried than I think we would be right now. But like, I'm not super worried about it. Like, the only thing that really changed was like, I wasn't really ready for Bo Nix to go that high.
Well, but once Penix went,
you knew it was going to happen.
Panic time because that was the Bo Nix and Penix were kind of in that same, and honestly McCarthy kind of in that same tier.
When goes the
I know that there was a lot more hype around McCarthy.
Yeah.
And he's a little younger, but they're in that same tier. I actually like Penix quite a bit more than I like Nix. It's hard for me to get beyond the Auburn Bo Nix. And then they went to like check down Charlie in the Pacific Northwest, and it was, and like he made he made some throws downfield. I can't say that he didn't.
But so what you're saying is like Javonte Williams to the moon right now?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what Peyton does with that offense, but it like to me that this whole first round. So we got a bunch of fantasy relevance in the first round, a bunch of offensive players. Yeah. We had 7 receivers go in the first round. I won't point out again, since it's just you and me talking before we go live, before we have anybody else. I won't point out that the first 5 wide receivers off the board were the first 5 wide receivers in my rankings in February.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond that, but
you're in like 354th,
351. Don't short me.
Sorry.
No, but I have no idea about the draft, but I do know for fantasy, like we did some things. We got 7 wide receivers in the round. You had Brock Bowers at 13. You had 6 quarterbacks go. Like there's a lot of fantasy relevance and fantasy goodness already in this draft, in this class that had been built up and probably should be.
Yeah, and I think the better part of that is, like, again, there was a lot of imperfect landing spots. Let me say that. Like, we wanted the Chargers to take Neighbors, and that would have been perfect. And he went to the Giants, which kind of sucks because Daniel Jones is throwing the ball, but also he's the only person there to catch. Even though I do still love Wan'Dale, and I'll hold out hope that he stays healthy. Like, he's the next Paris Campbell for me. Like, if you can just stay healthy, then I'm all in. But like, more than anything, like, we got a little bit of a Ricky Pearsall bump. We got a little bit of a Xavier Legette. Is it Legette or Legette? I think Legette. Okay.
Yeah.
Like a little bit of a bump just because they traded up back into the first. Now, I still don't think either of them should be first round rookie picks, but still, like, it'll move them up into the earlier second. Like, I was talking, someone DM'd me that they were in the middle of a draft, actually, that started after the first round ended. They were at the 2-1, and Nix, Penix were both on the board, and like the best wide receiver was Troy Franklin.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there and I was just like, I mean, you got to take Nix, right? Like, while I don't really have a strong feeling between Nix or Penix in general, Nix is going to start sooner, it feels, and that's what really matters because, he kept, like, again, I'm a very big proponent of draft for value, trade for need. He didn't need a quarterback, so he was like, but what about Franklin? He might land somewhere good, and I was just like, and he might land somewhere terrible, but that's not the point. It's not, if you want to draft Franklin, go draft Franklin. That's absolutely fine. That's cool. Get the guy you want. But if you're asking me who the best value is to me right now, it's Nix, because he has the opportunity where if he's starting week 1, he's going to get a little bit of a bump. He gets some positive praise in camp. He's going to get a little bit of a bump. He wins a game in the first 3. He's going to get a little bit of a bump. Like, it'll be tougher, especially for Penix, the second that Cousins starts, which he absolutely should,
Yeah.
then yeah, it's going to be tough for his value to go up.
It's an interesting thing though with the injury to Cousins to see how that how that happens, how he comes back from that.
Yeah.
And like I think Penix was a better quarterback than Bo Nix.
Okay.
Not that my evaluation of quarterbacks is anything to write home about, but that to me, I think Penix is a better quarterback than Nix. It surprised me that they both went in the first round talent wise, but it doesn't surprise me because of
The situation.
the way the NFL is.
Yeah.
The NFL needs to churn, needs to have quarterbacks. New GMs need to have something to tie their wagon to, because it's really become, not for long, it's really become this kind of coaching carousel, GM carousel, unless you can do the Belichick thing, or that there's not much continuity in the NFL, and so the fact that you need to have a great quarterback, and there are so few great quarterbacks, anytime you see a quarterback, they're making that pick. I'll be interested to see today what happens with the second and third rounds when running backs start to go, because we've got I think that there are a clear five of pretty talented running backs, where you've got Brooks and Benson and Corum and Braylon Allen, who are all kind of consensus. And then I like Ray Davis.
Yeah.
He's my running back 3 for fantasy. And so it'll be interesting to see what the NFL thinks of that. I'm also kind of keeping an eye on what happens with Javon Baker, with what happens with Tez Walker, with what happens with Ladd McConkey and Troy Franklin, because I think those are all names that are interesting for fantasy that you could see go. And then you're like, Jalen Polk is another name that might go. Jermaine Burton, who there are a lot of off-field weird things with him, but it is in spurts really good player. I said he's the Temu Drake London. Like that's his game is similar to Drake London. So that, like, we're still in this, and this is why I always like to do day 2, because you've got all of day 1 to talk about.
Yeah.
And then you've got the real meat and potatoes, where you get into the running backs, you get into those, third tier receivers, because this year we've got the Uber tier of Harrison and Neighbors, and then you've got that what normally would be a first tier of Worthy and Thomas and Odunze, which again, they all went first round. They all had fairly nice landing spots. I mean, I know you were sad that Thomas went to Jacksonville, but I think that's a great fit. I think
for a very different reason.
Yeah, I mean, like he really does so many things well, and I think that he got kind of pigeonholed. People talked about Brian Thomas in the same way they talk about Troy Franklin, where kind of a one-dimensional field stretcher guy. I don't think that is all that Brian Thomas can do. I think that he has a lot more to add to a team. And I like, not to say that I don't like Troy Franklin, but I think he is a little small and a deep threat, really great body control, really good, being able to make adjustments, but not necessarily like going to dominate someone at the catch point. Like Brian Thomas can do that. I also think Brian Thomas can get off press. I think Brian Thomas can beat man coverage. So like all of these things. So we're into the kind of that next tier where I've got Baker and Tez Walker and Pearsall, who went yesterday. So that was nice. And McConkey, Troy Franklin, Malachi Corley, Jamari Thrash. So we're in. I have Taj Washington up there too, but I don't think anybody else does. But from USC, yeah, he's my guy. He is still not added to MFL, but he will be after this weekend. So,
yeah. I think I have to start adding like North Carolina wide receivers to my list of like, well, I guess just to hashtag Team Clem's a big wide receiver, because I mean that's like 3 in a very short period of time. Like I really like De'Ami Brown, even though he didn't pan out. I really like Josh Downs, and now I like Tez Walker, so it might be a thing.
I'm kind of hoping I'm in a tweet thread where it's tagged a bunch of Patriots fans, and they said, I hope that Troy Franklin gets drafted. You know, the Pats have the second pick of the second round.
Okay.
And I said, I would rather take an offensive lineman and then come back in the third and draft Tez Walker, repair him with May, so you've got a little bit of that continuity. I think that's an underrated thing in the NFL. Like we've seen a lot of success with quarterbacks being reunited with their pass catchers from college and having a little bit of that familiarity. Like,
R.I.P. Andrew Luck and Kobe Fleener.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love screaming that from the rooftops. And I did secretly hope it would work for Sam Howell and De'Ami Brown, but it didn't.
And I don't think it's a magic bullet.
Oh yeah, no.
But there's something to be said. Like I was a baseball player, and throwing to one catcher versus another catcher makes a difference.
Oh,
and
yeah.
So I've got to imagine that translates similarly to being a quarterback, and like, you know where the guy's going to be. And the same thing, like when I played basketball, is if you're a point guard and you know where somebody's going to cut, you know where they're going to be, you don't even have to look. And so having that continuity, that familiarity, Burrow and Chase, Sam, absolutely, that's Burrow and Chase, Waddle and Tua, like it just there's a lot of really interesting opportunity to just an added layer. So
I mean, this is probably very true, because I can't imagine that they leave day 2 without a wide receiver at this point. And whoever they do draft probably gets pushed up to the end of the first of rookie drafts. But like I get exactly what you're saying. And again, just to say, across different sports, like I played roller hockey growing up, and I always played with my best friend. I played defense, he plays offense. I get the puck behind the net. I never needed to look up to know where he was going to be. I'd be able to just chuck the puck halfway down the rink and know that he would be there to get it, because I know how he thinks. I know how he plays. Yeah. And we're so used to each other that, you have that connection. And especially in, quarterback wide receiver, when quarterbacks start scrambling, so much of it is knowing the tendencies of each other about where to sit, which side of him to be on, so that absolutely does come into play. And of course, that's something you can build, but you could have it already.
That's it. Yeah. And I don't think that there is as much of a gap between Troy Franklin and Tez. I actually have Tez Walker graded higher than Franklin, but again, my grading and my film write-ups are for fantasy, so it's not a 1-for-1 translate. Like I understand that there are guys that, like Troy Franklin on an NFL field, getting over the defense, opening up the middle of a zone because he can get over the top of the safety, forces everybody to pull. Like there are a lot of pieces that move with the actual game that don't necessarily get scored with fantasy.
Yeah.
But for me, watching what some of these players can do, man, like Tez to me is really fun. Pearsall was fun. It was interesting to see Pearsall go in the first round. He was not as productive as you like to see in college, but he does do an awful lot of things right. The only thing that I'm concerned about, and maybe not as concerned with San Francisco, because again, the Shanahan offense and putting people in position to succeed, is Pearsall was always in motion. So that, it was very rare that they had him at a standstill where he was having to beat press coverage. And so he had that just little bit of an advantage, which again, being drafted by San Francisco is probably is
the right thing. Yeah.
So
I got 642 with the Bills being on the clock. Hep was asking. And it's funny, like it's not really. I don't remember many times where like the Twitter darling wide receiver goes that early in the draft. Like we all thought Ricky Pearsall would get drafted in the end of the second, beginning of the third, and we would love to draft him at the end of the second, the beginning of the third in our rookie drafts. And it did not go that way. And it's funny. I was talking at the end of the show yesterday that I have a good friend who's a diehard Niners fan, and he was thrilled that none of the wide receivers got traded. And I even said, I'm like, bit of a reach on Pearsall, but he's good. Yeah. And my friend goes, like, he literally just said, I'm not going to question the process at this point. And I'm like, fair enough.
Yeah.
Like they've hit on wide receivers. They've hit on pass catchers. Of course, they've missed a few, but like, you can't really, it's one of those things where like, you usually feel good when Andy Reid drafts a guy because you realize he's a smart coach and plays to player strength. It's not one of those things where he's going to try and make someone do something they can't do. So someone going to Shanahan, like you feel good about it. Like you feel like they know what they're doing at this point.
Yeah. And that's, they didn't pound the table for anybody. So that was good. That was they've been a little interesting on running backs, but then they identified
Jonathan Williams, is that the name?
Yeah. And they identified the fact that they were lacking in that area. And they were like, well, we'll just go pay the best one. So, I mean, to me, that's a smart move, but I'll be interested to see. Mel Kiper still has Adonai Mitchell up high, like that. I don't understand the fascination with Mitchell and the fascination with Keon Coleman that everybody had. They're athletic.
Coleman died a little. The Coleman hype died a little bit, but Daniel Jeremiah's best available top 200. Mitchell's number 3.
Yeah, and I don't understand that. Like, I get that there are some really beautiful highlights. Like they'll make plays, and you're just like, wow. Like I have to rewind that and see it again. But the way I do my like film watching, I'm charting, and I'm only. It only counts as one play. And yeah, Sam, red zone targets only, but that doesn't actually translate. I mean, that was like the JJ Arcega-Whiteside. Like he was great in the red zone. He would post up, and I mean, I think it was something like every third catch that he had was a touchdown. And
I bought into that so much. I knew it wouldn't really work out, but I loved it. I wanted that to work out so bad.
Well, and it's the reason why people are starting to go away from, I can't remember if it was dominator rating or there was something else that incorporated touchdowns heavily in the metric. And so it's kind of the reason why people are going yards per team pass attempt or that we've kind of shifted but every year it's really funny. Every year there's a metric that becomes like the darling metric, and it's good for like a certain type of player, but something that JJ Zachariason has talked about, something that Matt Harmon has talked about, and I mean, there have been other people that I've seen, so other really like much smarter people than I am, but I've been talking about this for years that the position of wide receiver is not one position.
Yes,
it's multiple. Like there are probably 5 identifiable positions in wide receiver, and I hope it's not Mitchell, Andrew. If I was the Bills at this point, I don't know. Like Franklin wouldn't be terrible. I would rather have Tez Walker. Javon Baker, I think is, but I don't know that you have to draft him in round.
That's 2. The thing. Like right now, like the first pick, especially when you trade back 3 or 4 picks, it's not usually it's not like, all right, well, since I traded back 3 or 4 picks, let me get this guy that I could probably get a lot later. Like if you're trading back, you're going to keep trading back.
Yeah.
And usually when you're doing that, it's not because you have a specific player in mind, or you're willing to go a certain amount back and only draft him like 5-6 picks early, or you want to make sure you still draft ahead of one other team that you think might be going there.
Yeah.
So like, I'm hoping it's not something that's unfortunate. Like, Like I hope, like honestly, I kind of hope it's not a wide receiver right now, because if it is a wide receiver, it's gonna be someone stupid like Mitchell or Coleman.
Well, I mean, and I
And
mean,
stupid is a
honestly,
strong word. I mean, I don't hate
no,
Mitchell all that much. I get that he's
Mc,
not a one-ish kind of
Mc,
guy.
McConkey would actually be a pretty good pick for Buffalo because I don't think that he is. Everyone wants to put him in the slot. He's not. He's not a slot receiver.
He's a route runner. That
Oh,
doesn't mean slot receiver anymore.
right. Oh, some Bill says Keon.
Yeah, there's. I think a few people have said it's Keon, which is unfortunate. I mean, to be fair though, they literally don't have anyone to like. Kincaid isn't really a red zone guy, but like, so now they have a red zone guy.
Yeah. I mean,
And
Daniel Jones is their red zone guy.
they keep.
I mean,
Shakir.
not Daniel. I mean, Josh Allen. I got Daniel Jones and Josh Allen going through my head because everyone was
Neighbors.
comparing May to Allen, and I see a lot more Daniel Jones, and so I'm on the outside of the Patriots fans looking in right now.
Oh, that's right. Now we get other people. Yeah, Keon Coleman, Florida State. There it is. Like, I mean, first of all, like this is I love this because they traded back twice, and twice wide receivers were taken with the picks they traded away.
Yeah.
So this is going to be one of those things that's going to either look genius or absolutely bite them in the ass. And especially if Worthy becomes a thing and they end up the Bills lose to the Chiefs in the playoffs. Like that is absolutely going to be an issue. And of course, everything they're showing right now is Coleman making these big contested catches.
Well, and he does that. Like that's not like Keon Coleman is fun. Like he is athletic. He's highlight reel. He was a return man. Like at 6'4", 210. Like
That's insane.
Big, yeah, but you know who else was a return man around that height was N'Keal Harry. He's excellent in contested catches, excellent in high points, very smart when plays break down. So the Josh Allen thing, when Josh Allen has to scramble and reset the pocket, like he's very good at that. He will work back.
Yeah.
He plays through contact. I do think he's really slow and choppy off the line of scrimmage. I think he has trouble separating versus man coverage outside of vertical separation. So like he'll go up and high point it. But but it quasi matches Josh Allen. I mean, Josh Allen's a little bit of a DGAF guy, and so
it's funny. Like what we were saying about Will Levis. Like if you're gonna just close your eyes and throw the ball really far, you might as well have DeAndre Hopkins down the field.
Yeah.
Like, if you're gonna have Eli Manning who overthrew everybody by 10 feet, you might as well put the 8-foot Plaxico Burress out there. Like sometimes even the wrong player in the right situation makes sense, and that might be what it is. And of course, I always just root for good football, which is one of the things like in the 101 chat for SFB, like everyone was going through what their fandom was and what they did at the draft. And everyone's, of course, a little grumbly about it. And I'm just like, that's why it's so much easier not to care about a team. You know, you don't have to. Of course, I know like someone like you, Zach, even if you're unhappy with what they did, it doesn't actually affect you in any way, shape, or form. But like there are people that it absolutely does.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what just happened?
Pats must have traded out.
Yeah, they moved back 3 picks and they moved from the 5th to the 4th.
They were like, hey, we can get Tez back. Oh no.
I mean, this probably will be more wide receiver picks, right? Like now goes AD Mitchell and then he flies up.
Oh, it's good. This is going to like this is the fun. Yeah, that's a good pick too for them.
Sorry, there's a guy who was wearing a huge Charger sombrero, and I was just my ADHD just like was blinded by this sombrero. I could not look away.
I found it. I might be in a circumventing the legality, but I found it.
I know what you're. You've said it a few times, but like talk JJ Willie down a little bit.
No, Worthy's awesome. Like Worthy's my wide receiver 3, JJ. Here, let me grab. I will actually for you. I will read my Xavier Worthy write up, JJ, just to get you down off the ledge because I know what you're
Oh, I
thinking.
wonder if I can find the slide in here. Maybe it got saved. But keep looking.
I've got it. So I know what you're thinking, and I get it because he looks like he shouldn't be a good player. But during World War II, the Navy hired a group of statisticians to head up the Classified Statistical Research Group, a group charged with figuring out how best to armor Allied planes by looking at the bullet holes in planes that returned from battle. The Navy began to make plans to armor the most heavily damaged areas, the wings, the tail, until Abraham Wald pointed out that they should be looking for what was missing. Only the surviving planes returned data, planes that weren't hit in the engines and hadn't suffered catastrophic failures. Worthy is undersized at just sub 6 foot and 165 pounds. And the BMI Bandits will have a field day with that fact, just like they did with Devontae Smith. But Xavier Worthy has an impressive set of tools that may help him continue his successful trajectory. Worthy plays with exceptional pace within his routes, routinely varying speeds in and out of breaks. His top end speed allows him to get over defenders and to make plays downfield. You didn't always see that because Quinn Ewers was not great, but man, Worthy was creating some downfield separation. Couple that with his ability to read and beat safeties depending on the look he gets, both against man and zone coverages, and this makes Worthy an absolute nightmare to defend. The biggest knock on Worthy is going to be his drops. There's no way to sugarcoat it. He had some terrible drops on a big stage and struggled with clusters of concentration drops and deep ball tracking. He was also recovering from a broken hand, and JJ, drops don't actually matter. They don't. Worthy can be manipulated a bit by physical defenders, both at the line of scrimmage when pressed and also within his routes due to his own lack of strength. But I think if you shift him inside, you kind of mitigate a lot of that. There are going to be some loud voices pointing to the lack of successful players in the NFL that look like Xavier Worthy as a reason he can't succeed. That is survivorship bias. Most NFL players are bigger because most talented players are bigger, but you only have to look at Devontae Smith and Tank Dell to see the path for an undersized, uber-talented player like Worthy to succeed. Sometimes what we're looking for is what is not there. I think you hit it out of the park with that pick with the Chiefs, JJ.
Yeah, and while you were waxing poetic, the Chargers drafted Ladd McConkey.
Ooh, there we go.
And two things. First of all, holy crap, that is a good-looking man. Like, that's not fair to be that to be talented enough to make it to the NFL and look like he does. But also, the NFL, I'm watching the NFL stream, and they're like, Ladd McConkey, like 6 foot whatever, 185 pounds. And the first thing that was listed under him, like route running, but the first thing that was listed was the word juicy. What? Juicy? The Falcons traded up, by the way. The Falcons have the next pick right now.
We're in a wide receiver run. Here we are.
Andrew in the chat just saying, no, it's going to be Spencer Rattler.
Oh, I like that.
Worthy's really, really good, and the Chiefs like the efficient ball game of keeping it over the middle, which is very good for people who are quick, which again is what Worthy is as on top of fast.
Yeah.
So and plus he can get fast down the field, which is also very helpful. I just missed what the trade actually was.
So I did my entire evaluation of Xavier Worthy before I knew he ran a 4.21.
Yes.
So none of this is based on him being fast. It's all based on what I saw him do on tape and how he separated. He's not McCall Hardman. He's not he's not that type of player. He can be, I think he can be more, but also, work from the inside. And I'm not the only, Peter Howard, who comes at it from a completely opposite side of things, where he's using analytics and data, had Xavier Worthy as his wide receiver 3 too. So I'm not just out here on an island, but I did not have Juicy as a
I mean,
Lad McConkey.
Rosie, I can tell you what kind of evaluation Juicy is. It just does not belong on the NFL Network. That's what I can tell you.
JJ says I already knew he was up for. I don't know how fast he is. I don't know. Like, I don't look at the players until I watch them to scout them. I'll use air grammar with that because it's not really. I'm not a scout, but like to analyze them for fantasy. Like, I don't know what a guy is, but I sit there and watch games and kind of figure out how he plays. It's like, I think that was a great pick. I do think there's a little overlap in what he does and what Hollywood does.
That's what got me. But
I think Xavier Worthy's old. I think Xavier Worthy's a better player closer to the line of scrimmage than Hollywood is.
Yeah, so Hollywood never did much close to the line. Yeah, sorry. My brain is moving very quickly, so I apologize for how much I'm interrupting you.
No, you're good.
But like, no, I really do like it, and that was the one thing that got me a little the Hollywood and Worthy thing, and of course another guy who was written off for being underweight, or smaller sized, so it works even better. And I wish it was like I wanted him in Buffalo more than Kansas City, just because it's a chance to kind of be the guy where you're not going to be the guy, and I don't think you never need that. But it's just, sorry, the guy's announcing the pick, and I know people already know whatever the pick is going to be, but it's exciting for me, you all. It's exciting for me still. And of course, now I have no idea who these people are or what they're saying because it's all still muted, and I should probably find if they have closed captions, but then I have to see the dumb things that people talk about in between the picks, and they're just not. Like, I could say my own dumb stuff. I don't need to see what they're saying. Rook or Horo?
Rook. I don't know.
Horhoro. He's a defensive tackle from Clemson.
That's going to cost you a lot if we're playing Wheel of Fortune.
Well, all you got to do is buy the once.
You're buying some vowels, yeah.
If it's per vowel, yeah, you're screwed. Yeah, interesting.
I wish I had the bandwidth and the time to watch defense. But
yeah, I love defense.
I just don't. Yeah, but like, we're so Pork's favorite player. We're so laser focused on offense with fantasy, and it took me. Well, I started watching guys in November and finished up last week and watched 56 guys. So to have the bandwidth to, I don't know how some of these guys, well, I mean, they're full time, I guess, maybe, but I don't understand how some of these guys watch every single player. It's like watching Belichick I went back and watched some of Belichick on the feed from last night. And watching him break down players, and every player, not just not just offensive players, or not just players that he would have scouted. It's just wild.
I can't wait to hear him break down a punter. Sorry, my phone lights up and I get excited thinking there might be something good. My food just got picked up. So Ladd McConkey so are we? I want to start talking myself that Quentin Johnston's going to be a thing again. I think this is what I'm trying to do. I'm going to say these words and I don't mean them. Are we looking like Ladd McConkey in a Keenan Allen-esque role? And of course, not to say they're the same at all. And that's not really what I mean. But it's how, and I know it's even a different front office, completely. It's a different coach and a different offensive coordinator and everything. But he's not Josh Palmer or Quentin Johnston. So this is, if you cared about Johnston or Palmer for any reason, this is the most innocuous thing that you that could have happened, and you would have been you feel good about it. So Quentin Johnston to the moon is what I'm saying.
I don't think this is bad for Quentin Johnston for two reasons. The first is it's never bad to have another
Good play for your team.
competent player in your offense, because the better your offense is, the better your piece of the offense is going to be. The other piece of this is I don't think that Ladd McConkey is strictly a slot receiver. I think he played more outside than he did in the slot. I know people see him and think slot receiver, but
I
I
was just
don't.
going to say shout out, call back to the Superflex Super Show, but he's a technician.
Yeah,
Like he's more of that.
He-
Let's go even older. Like he's a possession receiver. Like I used to call Anquan Bolden a possession receiver, even though that doesn't mean anything either. Like to me, that's more of what McConkey really is, and not necessarily the big play guy.
but
Like
but
Bill McConkey's going to be on the field day one, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I'm again, like I just don't want to give up on. I'm not ready to give up on Johnston, so I'm hoping that having this on the field, and again, of course, he had Keenan Allen on the field before, but maybe Keenan Allen was just too good.
It would be really nice if they kind of split them, because I think Quentin Johnston needs to be. People see his size, but he's got so many of those N'Keal Harry traits where, like, I think he needs to be like bubble screened and quick slants and let him run.
Yeah.
And that's not what happened. Like, they were like, oh, well, you'll be Mike Williams when Mike Williams isn't on the field. And you look at Quentin Johnston and you're like, oh, well, he can be Mike Williams. He's not a Mike Williams at the catch point. He just isn't. And so it'll be, again, I don't think McConkey is a guy who's going to eat, 30% of the targets. Like, I just don't, like, I don't see that. Like, he had his lunch eaten for 3 years by Brock Bowers.
But are you really holding that against him?
No, and Brock Bowers is great, but like, he's not going to, chances are he's not going to come into an NFL team and be the guy. It's very, like, people are trying to make him the next Puka, and it's hard to see that kind of playing out. Pats went wide receiver. FF Doormat said.
Pat, when I have the Commanders, but like it's really funny. Like you were talking about like Quentin Johnston, like start bubble screening him, start giving him quick slants, and like that's Puka, right? Like it's a dude who happens to be over 6 foot, who happens to be a beefy dude, but he's not a downfield. He's not an X guy. And look what happens. Maybe something. You had a crooked picture apparently.
Yeah, I got you, Alex. I saw your comment yesterday, and I was like, you know what? I'm not going to sit there and let his eye twitch tonight. I'll fix it. I had to take it off the wall. I had to readjust the nail, but we're good. Only the best for the Fantasy Cares live stream.
So, and since this is the Fantasy Cares live stream, we're going to give a little bit of a spoiler alert for the next Trade Addicts show. Also, a trade just went down. The 102 and 202 for the 105, 108, and 305.
105, 108.
The 10, forget about the third round. The 105 and 108 for the 102 and 202.
I think I want the 102 and 202.
Right. Like I've been finding that a lot, and even a little bit more now with the neighbors to the Giants thing, where just give me Marvin Harrison Jr. Like give me that one better pick.
Yeah. I mean, you're either getting Caleb Williams or Marvin Harrison.
Yeah.
And okay.
And like, I don't think you're sad at 5 when you get a version of Neighbors, Bowers, or Odunze, and at the 108 where you can walk away with. I keep still going to say James Worthy. Like, what is this? Like, what decade is it that I'm saying James Worthy? Like, like you're not sad about getting Xavier Worthy at all, and I think it's me starting to be like, again, what's more risk averse? Taking 2 dart throws or taking 1 better dart throw? Like, and to me, I'm starting to feel like more like being risk averse makes me want to take the pick that has a better hit rate. than
Yeah.
2 shots that have a pretty good one. Like, and again, I think this is me becoming an old man. I think that's all it really is. But like, that's why I would take and maybe it's team dependent. Like if my team has a lot, like it needs a lot, I should say, maybe I do like the multiple dart throws. I could walk away with 2 very good wide receivers. But like, is the guy you're getting at one defensive tackle, Jerzon Newton from Illinois? I don't know who that is. And like, is the guy you're getting at the one, and it's 108, 109, 109, 10, 11, 12, 1, technically 6 picks because we have the 113. Like, there's going to be players that aren't wide receivers taken in there. So if we're talking just about wide receivers, because I love wide receivers, so that's what I'm talking about. Is that big of a difference if we're talking like 3 wide receivers in the level that will probably be around Pearsall, McConkey, Leggett, like these guys that were drafted earlier and not as good as the top tier guys.
Right.
Like, or you could just get Marvin Harrison Jr. on the Cardinals with Kyler throwing him the ball.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's funny because we get this mixed up sometimes between risk and variance. So like you want variance, you want the guy with the high ceiling,
Yeah.
but you don't necessarily want to assume risk. So you want the player who could be better.
Yeah.
But not necessarily take the chance. So I don't know if I'm articulating this quite the way I want to, but it's Marvin Harrison's ceiling is higher than anybody you can get at 105, 108. Like I think he is. I mean, I guess maybe unless you can get Neighbors there, I guess maybe Neighbors has a similar ceiling, but like, man, that is a really nice piece to have either Harrison Jr. or Caleb Williams. Like,
Yeah.
I think the overall ceiling on them is very high. I think that because we talk about value in multiple different ways where, the Patriots pick is in, Russ.
Yeah, I'm watching. There's a guy an offensive lineman up there talking right now. And I just need to say real quick, JJ Willie said, how about those outfits last night? Damn, I spent so much time talking about outfits last night. Especially when we hit the back end, like after pick 10, where it was, Jalen, that was about like my 210, that was my second round pick in the Dash draft.
Nice.
You don't see
I don't love that either, but
inside, outside, jump ball winner. And I missed the third one because I didn't read quick enough.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, and I love the first highlight they show was him technically losing to a cornerback, but he caught the tip after the ball was hit.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, you don't show them losing. Even if it comes process over results, just because he caught the ball doesn't mean it worked out. Like, it doesn't mean it was the right thing. Like, no, that's not how that goes.
So Polk does some things that will benefit May. Polk is really good at working the sideline at the second level of zones.
Yeah.
So like, and that's a technique that not all receivers have a knack for, where like he can manipulate that first defender and then get in front of the safety, and there's a gap in that zone. He does a really good job there. I think he's quick at the stem of routes, sudden change of direction, very strong at the catch point. You mentioned his ability to make plays in traffic and that sort of thing. Like he's very good at that. Tracks deep throws well. So you got Drake May with a big arm. You got a guy who can go deep. Will use double moves too, which is always fun. I do think he has issues with drops, like clusters of concentration drops. I think he struggles to separate against intermediate coverage against man. So like, in that 10 to 18.
Oh, in the intermediate zone.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So like he's
what's
not
intermediate man? Like,
no,
it's
like
either man or not, right?
intermediate depth routes.
My brain did not click with what you were saying. I get it now.
He's not. I know we just saw him make a catch and have yards after the catch, but I don't think he's a great yards after the catch player. I think he gets tackled an awful lot by the initial defender.
This is a Porg show now, by the way.
That's it. All Porg all the time. And I don't think he is very dynamic in the screen game, which I don't know what the Patriots offense is going to look like this year.
Yeah,
So who knows?
but it definitely seems like he's a guy who could have a role like that. That's
Yeah. I mean,
again, we're past the idea of these wide receivers being the guy on their team. Like we're at role playing wide receivers. That's who we're drafting. Well, that's who's being drafted right now. Is that a milkshake? I want a milkshake. What kind of milkshake?
That is a vanilla milkshake. That's all I've had today because I have dinner sitting next to me, but I was like, nope, I'm gonna come on. I'm gonna fight through it. I'm gonna hang out with Russ. I'm gonna soldier on for the chat. All of you out there.
Dude, when my food gets here, I'm running upstairs to get it, and I'm going to be eating my burger in front of all of you. I don't care.
I knew you would, but
but no, like again, we're past the point of getting anybody we think with Marvin Harrison Jr. like upside. So, and again, especially not knowing what the offense will be, not really having any pieces to your offense. Like Kendrick Bourne and Ramondre Stevenson is kind of what you have going for you right now. So maybe they do build a like West Coasty offense where you get a couple of, a quarterback that'll take 3 steps back and hit a guy hitting a quick out route, which makes it seem like would be good for Polk, so, like maybe that does work.
Yeah, I mean, this has not been my favorite Patriots draft, but they're never my favorite Patriots draft. So,
yeah, they don't really. I mean, especially like offensive players, they don't really seem to draft the best.
No, I mean Sony Michel, baby, N'Keal Harry, let's go.
I still love like my favorite line was like one of the funniest football things I ever said. It was Rashad Penny being the best 3rd round pick in the 1st round, like best 3rd round running back drafted in the 1st round. Like it was, but like I don't know, like I get like a little bit of what could be like, even if it's not the players you like this is so new. Like you haven't gotten so new in a while. Like even when it was Mac Jones or Bailey Zappi, you still it was, I don't know, like maybe Belichick probably wasn't really trying. It seemed like, but like still it was still the Patriots. It was still the Belichick team. Now it's completely new. I mean, Gerard Mayo at least was there before, so it's not new, but like you're getting a new quarterback with a new wide receiver. Like is there at least like a little tingle of hope? A little like maybe something can go well? Like no, nothing.
I mean, I'm open to it. I would be very excited if things kind of turned around, but
allowing yourself to be cautiously optimistic.
It's really hard for me to look at this team and see how little movement away from Belichick they made.
Yeah.
And that makes me nervous because if you didn't think that the greatest coach ever to do that in that style was the answer, then how is a guy who's a pale imitation of what he does, but like is buddy with the players is gonna like maybe that does it.
Stuck.
I mean, I'm old enough that makes like I maybe that makes a difference, but it's hard for me to
the almost like the rash of linebacker coaches, like just like the past, like they seem to be working out pretty well.
Yeah.
I love that Antonio Pierce got a job. I love that like linebackers that I remember watching play are coaches now. Like it's just another feather or another gray hair in my head, I guess.
I'm jealous.
Selected a defensive tackle, T'Vondre Sweat. Again, cool. As long as they don't draft a wide receiver, don't do that. I don't need that. Just Calvin Ridley. You paid the man. Let him be the man. I'm excited to see how that team, like, see again, like this is what I love about not being a fan. Like I get to be excited about everyone. Like, and me being ever the depressed optimist, like I want Will Levis. Like I would love for him to work out because he looks like he'd be fun in the league. Because we haven't not playing style whatsoever, but I could picture him being almost Philip Rivers-esque, where Philip Rivers was good. He always was good. He was never great, even when he had a great team around him. Like, I could feel like Will Levis is good enough to be able to take his team to the playoffs and do it, like, be a part of it, not get there in spite of him. And he has that personality where, like, I was a fan from the second him at the combine. See, Stroud and Young aren't throwing. Why are you throwing? Got a cannon.
Yeah.
Like, that, like, legitimately just made me so happy. Like, because why not, man? Go for it. And then all the stupid stuff that came out, like, he was the guy with, like, the mayo and coffee thing, right? Like,
Yep.
he started doing and that was a joke. Like, he was doing stupid stuff after it. Ooh, trade. Like, so I would, and give him Calvin Ridley, give him DeAndre Hopkins, like, and now it's a passing offense to get away from Derrick Henry, getting the ball 27 times, getting 2 running backs who are good at receiving. Like, I'm pretty excited about the Titans offense. Again, a little less excited since it's not Ridley and Higgins, which I would become a Titans fan if that happened. But, like, I still, like, I have hopes. Again, not like high hopes, not like the team's going to be good or anything, but, like, yeah, like I'm kind of excited for the Titans offense, and, like, Treylon Burks, man, let's go. Oh, please.
I hope so. I try to trade Treylon Burks in our rookie draft in Awesome Sauce.
Yeah.
For 2/3 and nobody bit. Like, that's where we're at. I feel bad.
You should.
But no, like, I'm with you. I think he's a better quarterback than people. Like, there were a lot of people who were like, "Oh, Levis is great," and I watch Levis. I'm like, no, but he does have a big arm. It gets him in trouble sometimes. Like, I think that's his biggest drawback. Is, like, he'll drop back, he'll feel pressure, and he's like, I got a cannon, woo, and it's like, there are other players back there.
Anybody who has that one thing to fall back on, that usually gets them in trouble.
But he's really good at checking down, like, running through a progression and checking down if he doesn't have pressure in his face. Like, he's very good at that. And so, like, I think he's probably more in the middle. Are you going to get your food?
Yeah, Bob's sitting here Bob, get on the screen for 3 minutes so I can run and get my food. Bob's sitting here in the background, not doing anything, not even sitting here doing nothing.
Hey,
Bob. I wouldn't say I was doing nothing. Russ.
Well, now you are.
Well, now I'm doing nothing. Now I'm just talking with Zach, and we're going to just sit here and cry for 15 minutes about
oh my goodness,
what's going on.
I'm still struggling with the Patriots side of this draft. The fantasy side of this draft, though, Bob, I'm digging.
Yeah, I'm thinking where is your cutoff right now? What pick are you, like, not trading for or into?
So I think it's probably somewhere between 107 and 108.
That's where I was, like, at 108.
Yeah, go because I still, like, again, my top 5 receivers are still the top 5 receivers. It's still Harrison, Neighbors, Worthy, Thomas, Odunze. And you don't necessarily, the cool thing about this is you don't have to draft them that way, but, like, they're still there. I think you can probably get Worthy at 8, maybe later than that. It's pretty close to there. And so it's probably the 108. And I think that because everybody has talked down those picks, I think you can probably get that for a little bit cheaper, and you may be able to get in and get a steal. But, like, if I'm really going for a hammer, I want to get up into the top 5. I mean, that's where you're going to get one of those 3 quarterbacks, or you're going to get one. Well, I guess top 6, because we're going to hope that May becomes a thing, right?
We have to buy in now.
So, I mean, I don't have to. I can still sit there and post gifs of Daniel Jones and make everybody mad. But it's it'll be interesting. You've got the three quarterbacks who went 1, 2, 3. You've got Harrison Jr. and Neighbors, who 4 and 6 in the NFL draft. They'll be, it'll probably be Williams, Harrison, Daniels, May, Neighbors. I would guess you might put Neighbors above May. I don't know. Okay, so now we're at 5. I still think Brock Bowers needs to be in this conversation.
Aren't you at 6? You got Daniels,
3 quarterbacks.
Yeah. Harrison,
2 wide receivers.
Neighbors.
Yep. So 5. And then
6. Yeah.
and then Bowers is the 6. And then again, I like Odunze. Well, so maybe like 7, 8, 9. Like I like Odunze.
Yeah,
I like
because
Thomas, I like
I'm
Worthy.
looking at JJ McCarthy at like 8, and even if it's super flex, it's in play.
Yeah. So I mean, like you've got a first round this year that is, like, we're excited about most of the first round, which doesn't happen very often. I know that every year in the draft cycle, you hear, "Oh, this is going to be the best class ever," and then it peters out. And like, this is a good class. This is, by my definition, a good class because you have very high end at the top for fantasy with the 3 quarterbacks and the 2 wide receivers and a top tier tight end. It doesn't get much better than that in a class. We don't have running backs, so there's a little bit of a sour taste. But man, it's a really good class. I'll be interested to see if there are running backs that go here in the second. I'm assuming there will be some in the third, but it'll be interesting to see. You and I talked whether Corum goes, whether Benson goes. There are some really interesting running backs there. Whether Brooks goes, so like, man, this, like, we're not done yet, and this is already a really exciting class.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very interested to see when Corum goes.
I know you are,
and where he goes.
Yeah, that'll be the interesting thing. I know that there was so much talk about him going to the Chargers, but it'll be, and everyone's kind of holding their breath on the Dallas running back too. So,
yeah, that's true. They've got nobody there.
No, but it feels like they're going to go back big though. Like, I know that everyone wants Brooks to land there. Like, that's been and I heard, I don't know if you saw this, but I think Jerry Jones may have let something slip on Brooks last night when he was talking about him, where he was starting to say that where they had him on their board, and then somebody like hit him and he was like, yeah, we have him. We have him on our board. So, I mean, that may be for me, like, Brooks, without the knee injury, is probably the best running back in this class. At least has the highest ceiling. Maybe not the best. I really like Corum. But I think Brooks does everything that Corum does and is a little bigger and maybe even a little faster. So.
And who did you have second? I thought you had somebody else second.
Benson out of Florida State. Very, very good long speed game breaker. Was a weird situation where he didn't ever command a full load of the backfield. So you're kind of projecting things, but like every time he touched the ball, I really liked what he was doing. And so he's my 2, but this running back group, that the top 5 are so close with Corum and Benson. And then I have Ray Davis up there. Obviously he's probably going to go that early, but I think he does everything. I mean, it reminded me a couple years ago, Kenny Gainwell.
Nobody.
Is he bringing some appetizers?
No, he just walked in the room naked, so it was really interesting if he was going to come over on the screen or not.
That's good. Let's not do that.
He definitely, he had his appetizer this morning. So I had a all-day field trip today with Emmy. And here I am. I have to actually get ready because I don't usually have to leave the house. So I get ready to go take her to school. Then I have to drop him off at his school, and then go right back to Emmy's school to catch the bus. Well, we leave Emmy's school, and he goes, "I didn't have breakfast," and I go, "Oh wow, I really messed that one up." So we hit up Dunkin' Donuts, and he put down a box of 25.
All right, but that was the appetizer. What do you have for breakfast?
The chocolate milk.
Okay.
He wanted a McDonald's. He wanted a McDonald's milkshake, and I said, "No, we're not. I don't think they have that on yet."
And of course, the Eagles get the dude that people thought would get drafted at the end of the first. Ooh, the Saints traded up.
The Eagles doing Eagles things.
I just want to see Kool-Aid get drafted and get his sponsorship locked up. And
It's so
that's ridiculous. He should have been drafted in the first round based on name value alone.
yeah,
it's so wild to me how the NFL lets great players fall to the Eagles and the Chiefs. Like, it's
Chiefs went and
so
got that
wild.
time at least, though.
Huh?
Worthy. They went up and got him at least this time.
Yeah. Wow. But that's the Bills doing Bills things. They're just like, here, we don't
really want to win.
We don't need Mahomes.
we don't trust our scouts, and our scouts had him high.
Yeah. But
Taysom Hill up there. Woo!
yeah, he's a quarterback now.
He's
Contract time.
He's standing there like he's with swag like a quarterback. No tie, top button undone, swinging, swaying back and forth while he's talking. One hand in the pocket.
I can't. You're gonna
Kool-Aid.
There we go.
Look at that.
We need an oh yeah drop. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And no, this is another one of those times where, man, I wish you can get first names on jerseys. Of course, you can get whatever you want on a jersey, but like, do you really want a McKinstry jersey? No, you want a Kool-Aid jersey. Like the same thing with like Gardner. No, you want a Sauce jersey.
Pac-Man.
Yeah.
Pac-Man, like Mingo, Barkevious Mingo. I want a jersey that says Barkevious on it.
I still think Barkevious Mingo sounds like a Harry Potter villain.
Yeah, that does sound like it.
I've been like, man,
I thought it was a dessert.
He does not look excited at all.
Oh, Andrew says the XFL had it right where they let players put whatever they wanted on there. The he hate me.
He hate me.
No.
Seriously, there is no joy in this man's face at all. He was literally just like, like,
what was the soundbite you want? Oh yeah.
oh
Yep.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't think this one's it.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. It's the wrong oh yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh man, look, this is like the last 10 picks. 3 wide receivers, 2 defensive tackles, wide receiver, 2 defensive tackles, 2 cornerbacks. Like, seriously.
Yep.
The original someone.
Nope. It's a game of runs.
The Texans, they're showing the draft room. They look very happy about something. They're going to take another wide receiver. So angry they traded for Diggs. Of course, not really, because that's going to be great for Stroud, but like, and for football. But like, man, my Tank Dell shares.
I don't think it hurts Tank Dell.
He has the the only thing I have to stick to is that he has the deeper depth of target than Collins does, and Diggs is still a deeper down the field guy.
I don't think it hurts Dell as much as a lot of people think it does.
I hope it doesn't.
Because again, I think that you look at the way targets happen. I think Dell is the better. I know that's taboo. I can't say that Dell's better than Nico Collins because Dell is only 5'3", but I think Dell's.
I mean, that's fair.
I think Dell's a better receiver, but
Hey, Greggles.
Hey, buddy.
Hi, guys.
How's it going?
Good. How's the draft going? I just got home from work.
It's going forward. We got some wide receivers off the board early.
And Kool-Aid just got drafted to the
Yeah.
Saints.
Yeah, I saw that.
Coleman, McConkey, Polk are all gone.
McConkey, Charger.
McConkey, yeah.
The Charger. No,
Yeah.
that is very wrong. Very wrong. That is the wrong. Oh yeah.
Darn.
Yeah. McConkey, Chargers, and Polk to the Patriots, and Coleman to the Bills.
Cheers.
Next 4 picks: Cardinals, Raiders, Packers, Colts.
Did the Packers trade out?
I don't think so.
No. We haven't got there yet. Okay. I think my Packers have 2 picks in this round, I think.
I don't know.
How's it going, Bob? You're always so festive and shit.
What?
You're festive.
Yeah, always so festive.
You're always so enthusiastic.
Yep.
Thumbs up. Is that what it is?
Yeah. Come on, Bob. Let's go.
That's my excited face.
So Keon Coleman is Bill.
Yeah, that's not.
That's,
Yeah.
that's good for my Dalton Kincaid, right, guys? That's good.
I was perfect. I wouldn't even worry about it.
Nope, I'm not.
I don't think anybody was. That's the problem.
No, I'm not.
Hey, happy draft day, McGonagall. Good to see you. So like the Colts didn't take a pass catcher yesterday, right? I can't even remember what they did anymore. But like they were the ones rumored for Bowers, rumored for Neighbors if he fell that far. I still don't want them to, like, again, this is completely selfish. Like, I'm sure they need pass catchers, but like I really just want Pittman and Downs to be a thing. Like, is this too early for Jatavian Sanders or whoever the tight end 2 might be?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, still. Like if they do get a pass catcher, it should be a tight end because they don't seem to get that right very often. Like they should do what the Ravens do and draft like 3 at once.
Yeah, like 2 in the first round.
Yeah, like that's kind of what they need to do. I really, and again, like I don't think we're like now at the point where Mitchell is going to start looking like a value to these teams, where he's probably going to go pretty soon. And I hope it's not to a team that like watch the Packers go and get Mitchell. Like something that is just very unnecessary. We like the pass catchers there already. And again, of course, nobody cares about our fantasy teams or anything like that. And I speak for fantasy, not for real football. But
You care.
yes, I care about your fantasy team. That is true. My pin tweet still says that. Mostly because I haven't come up with a better tweet ever since.
Yeah, you were one and done.
That's it. That's all I had.
I hard disagree with Mel's best wide receivers available.
Who does he have besides Mitchell?
He had Mitchell and Corley, and I got a dog here talking to the mic here.
Oh, that's fine. Like you know what Chewy sounds like when she gets down here, so I don't think anybody cares about any other dog making any sort of noise. My dog sounds like someone sawing wood.
But yeah, like I he had Franklin at 4, Corley. And he had the kid from Michigan,
Roman Wilson.
Roman Wilson as the 3.
He's fine.
I mean, the funny thing is I got them all kind of in a group, but it's like 3 tiers down.
Yeah. Like I feel like those are guys that would probably be. Oh, here we go. DJ's top 10. We got you got Mitchell up top, and then you get to the bottom, and there's Corley. That's the only wide receivers, the only offensive skill position players up there. Like, though I do feel like Corley's going to be, again, anybody that gets Debo comps is going to get pushed up in rookie drafts.
But
Because and maybe not like no one is Debo. No one is as angry as Debo is. But like that player that gets the runs, the player that'll get the screens and turn them into something. And Corley's been talked about that, and so has Roman Wilson. So, which again, sleeper giving the first initial last name. It was very weird to see R. Wilson wide receiver. Like I think those guys will
Unlimited.
find their way into rookie drafts a little sooner than normal, just because of those things being thrown around about them. The Cardinals pick is in.
Yep.
They could take another wide receiver. Do they have a second wide receiver on their team besides Harrison?
No.
No, because they traded.
No, they got-
They still have Michael Wilson. That's it, right?
Yeah. I don't
Like, I've
know who that
absolutely-
is.
Such large human beings. Like I don't understand how that exists. But like I remember when we went to we go to the Hall of Fame, and they have the
Yes.
I forgot who it is. I think one of them is Walter Jones, the offensive tackle. But there's an offensive tackle, a linebacker, and someone else, and Jerome Bettis, I think. And like Walter Jones's waist is like up here on me, and I'm 6 feet tall, but I could fit two of me in the width of his thigh. It's ridiculous. Like people shouldn't be like this. Oh yeah, and thank you, Andrew. McBride's technically not a wide receiver, but he's their pass catcher.
Yeah.
And they took a cornerback.
They did.
He went to
Max-
Rutgers. He's terrible.
Max something or other.
Max Melton.
Raiders pick is already
Twitched
in.
up. He's twitched up. I think that means he's on drugs. No, that's tweaked up. Sorry, that was close.
The Raiders
Man,
on
why is
this.
anybody drafting someone that went to Rutgers? That's a terrible idea.
Sorry.
I didn't get drafted. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, that was the Belichick for like years.
Years. Yeah.
Just draft everybody from Rutgers.
And then Shiano made it.
Two rounds too early too.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
But around after he would draft somebody who had only played rugby
Yeah.
and had
And
never.
after he drafted somebody that played at Navy.
And then he had a big streak of Alabama defensive players.
That was Joe Cardona was
Yeah.
Nate was Nate. So I actually worked on the ship that he was stationed on for a while. Like
Oh, wow.
I helped
Raiders
build
pick
it.
in already.
Yeah.
And,
Raiders picked quick.
I got to hold the door at the gym for Joe Cardona. You walked by, and I was like, "Wait a minute,
Wait,
I
who's
don't know
that?
who that is?"
I know you.
Spencer
I
Rattler.
gotta make those doors a little wider.
Yeah. I don't think he was standard issue Navy. He's a bigger guy, but
Him and David Robinson.
yeah.
Ugh, the Admiral, baby.
But he didn't grow until after though.
He grew
Like he was tall, but he grew a lot. Like once he was in.
right. That's why he was in. It's
Yeah.
because he got in at like 6'6" or something like that.
Yeah.
They drafted
And
the guy who made the joke about birds charging on power lines. Jackson Powers Johnson, the center. He's sturdy, powerful, and catch absorb. I don't know what catch absorb means, but that's what they have.
Packers pick is in already too. Jeez.
Well,
Wow.
that was quick.
Flying. We are flying.
They knew like last night. They're like, really? We went till 12 o'clock last night, fellas.
Yeah.
fellas.
Yeah. That's
No.
exactly it.
Well,
I bet you ABC was all sorts of twisted up upset.
the clock is a little quicker in
They
the
said they announced it.
It
was
is. They do. They cut the clock in half, don't they?
It definitely goes down for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I mean, it's the first round, so it's an ordeal. It's a show. It absolutely is. Rosie, it did not say juicy. I feel like catch absorb is almost the opposite of juicy, because juicy means it's like it's oozing out. It can't be contained by you, but this guy's absorbing it. So he's SpongeBob. The pick is in for Green Bay already. Like I love this. I like.
so fast. Let's go.
You're kidding? Like I'm gonna be in bed by 9:30. The way this is going, I love it.
Holy shit! I won.
I like that one.
I won something.
I'm just
Did
looking
you?
at game show one.
I have no idea what that was, and it scared the hell out
Me
of me.
either. But I'm
It
winning.
was it was a game show.
Panthers traded up to 46.
Packers took some linebacker.
Cool.
We're
Who's
reshaping the defense. I think we're going from a 3-4 to a 4-3 or something like that.
Who's this large gentleman coming out?
I expect both these second round picks to be defense.
We're out of my wheelhouse. Once we
Oh,
start
yeah,
talking
Brian Blogger.
defense,
Yeah, I'd have no idea.
Yeah, no. Porg.
Just got to trust the process, right? I think linebacker is such a wasted position, though. But if he's going to stand up and rush the passer a bit, maybe.
well, that's,
Edgerrin Cooper, but his name is Edgerrin, and we've had one Edgerrin in the NFL, and he was really good.
He was.
That's
He also played on the other side of the ball.
hashtag analysis. That's what doesn't matter.
Is that what I'm going to get on the next trade addicts, Ross?
Yep. This is a preview. I'm telling you, that's what you're going to get.
causation equals correlation. It
Yeah.
has to be.
Oh my
Process
gosh!
equals results.
I forgot that the Panthers did. The Panthers trade up for Leggett last night.
Yes.
Yes.
God, I was drunk, man. Oh man, what is happening?
And it was one pick, right? Like it was from
Yeah.
33 to 32.
But it's so funny though, because like you've seen the comps for Leggett, and it was Mingo and the other guy.
Maybe type.
It's like what are we doing? Like,
Same guy. They
it's
have
just-
they have a type, right?
like,
They have a type.
absolutely. And like to me, it's kind of frustrating to see. So it's like it's either he's either Laviska Shenault or Mingo.
Yep.
And it's like what are we? What? Okay,
So-
good luck.
Hey, they get the 5th year though, right? I mean,
Yeah, but they need like, Bryce Young needs guys who get open quick, and that is not those players.
Bryce Young needs high heels.
I mean, maybe he was
Look,
wearing
no,
platforms
no.
at the
We've
combine.
seen a grown man throw from his tippy toes in the NFL, and that's what
That's
it's going to
true.
be.
Yes,
He was pretty good.
he
I'll
was
give you
really good.
that.
Oh, they're saying we got our first running back off the board.
Shut up.
Brooks.
Carolina picked the first running back. No way.
Chuba. I was so happy.
Corum.
Please be Blake Corum.
I'm really sad about Chuba.
I'm watching the basketball because Milwaukee came back from like 30 down.
Did they come back?
Yeah,
Shut
they took the
up.
lead.
Son of a bitch. I thought they were dead. I'm a Bucks
Doesn't
fan.
Moose Muhammad have a kid in this draft also?
They're only down 3 right now.
Shut up. Baby, we might have to bring the other
Bobby's
team.
telling you to shut up. Stop
Shut up,
talking.
Bob.
I'll be silent.
Jonathan Brooks, running back, Texas.
Weird.
What a mess that is. Is Miles Sanders still in that backfield?
He's still for now.
What is
But he
what-
was barely playing. last year.
So
By the time the season ended.
8:15 Eastern, yes.
what is happening right now?
Man, I mean, like we're past the
Or
time
we
of
need a
like
running back run now.
workhorse running back, and Chuba shouldn't be a workhorse, but like I was just happy with Chuba being good.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, you get at least some time with
Yes.
Chuba still, because
Yeah, Brooks is still
coming
hurt,
back
right?
from an injury.
Oh yeah, that was late, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Are the Giants or Chargers anywhere on here? The
Well,
rest of this
Giants are
round.
next. Giants
They
are
are?
the next pick.
Let's get that running back run going and take
No, I have
Corum,
Devin
yeah.
Singletary on a team where I'm rebuilding, and I want to be able to move him for something worthwhile.
I have Devin Singletary on a team where I three-peated and I want him to
Milwaukee tied it up with 1 second left.
in the game.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. Baby, we gotta turn. I need another TV in here. Fuck.
Bengals is very excitable.
I
I love it.
I mean, they just
We're going to overtime.
just took a
Um,
linebacker.
Baby, let's flip it. Let's flip it to TNT. What channel is that on, Bob? TNT?
I'm watching on HBO Max. I don't know.
Wait,
You're doing the basketball game. We gonna live feed the Bucks here.
I gotta switch to basketball. If we're going to overtime, it's a playoffs, man. It's a playoffs.
Can I add
Brian
it to
Atkins
this?
is
Set?
on
Can I
ESPN.
add it to a screen here without getting us in violation?
I don't think so.
No, Bob. No. We'll tell you what's going on in the draft. You don't need to watch. It's fine.
That's what I'm saying. Is you guys are going to talk about the draft. I want to watch some football,
I just
basketball. I mean,
the pick is in. Let's see Blake Corum come off the board.
No. Seriously?
Oh,
I'm
are
so
you
far
talking
behind. You're
Panthers?
still
That was-
celebrating
It'll be on
about
your
Jonathan
sling,
Brooks.
babe. I think it'll be on TNT on your sling. I got to smoke. Hi, little baby cat. Hi, little baby cat. You want to see the boys? You want to see the boys?
Here we go. Giants pick is in.
What is it?
No, the pick is in. We don't. Hi, kitty.
She's out.
What's that kitty's name?
No, we're talking about basketball.
You don't get to throw a kitty on the table and then walk away and not talk about him.
I can look it up with you. It's called the NBA playoffs.
That was like one of the things I loved most, like Train Addicts, when people be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, my dog came in." I'm like, "No, bring them back in. Let's talk about that for a minute." What's your cat's name?
I was hoping that she'd kind of sit on the counter and investigate the screen, but she's not into it.
What's her name?
Kit Kat.
Very furry, very adorable. Loved it.
I wanted to just be like, give me a break, but it was too dad to me. I just couldn't do it.
It's something that you actually stop yourself from saying a bad joke.
I mean, but then I don't, because I say that I stop myself. Like, you have the illusion of stopping yourself with the satisfaction
still
of
just-
actually say, yeah. So
I was going to say
mitigate.
this, but I decided
Yeah,
not
just
to.
do that.
But you just
It's
said it.
beautiful.
Did I though?
Yeah.
Did I?
Yeah.
But I warned you first.
Oh, the camera's on. I'll do it. Son of a bitch.
10 points back and looking grim. How did they get 10 points back already?
ESPN. So it is
Doesn't take very long to
Sorry,
get to
baby.
10, counting by 2 and less by 3.
tied at 111. Damn, they were down by like 30 points, man. I thought they were dead. Basketball.
Does any basketball games are 48 minutes, right? They're for 12 minutes.
No, they're like 5 at the last 5 minutes.
Right.
Yes.
But I was about to say, like, basketball games don't really count to the last like 4 minutes.
Yeah, my mom always used to say that. Why do you watch? Because it always comes down to the last 3 minutes anyway. Like, why do you watch the whole game?
You
Like,
watch to find
it's
out when
important.
the team you think's going to
Yes.
win.
It's important.
You watch to see if you have to watch the last 3 minutes.
I think most turn this off, actually.
I turned it off when I was watching.
It
at
was
work, I turned
it
off.
was it was ugly. They were
Yep.
Milwaukee was down like let's see, about 30, almost 30 points at one point.
Yeah, 28 points, I think.
So how much did you bet on Milwaukee when they were down by 30, Bob?
Oh. Could you
A
imagine?
little bit.
Odds?
A little bit.
Did you really, Bob?
I forgot
Well, was it the Bills game where they were down at halftime?
$25 to make 500 on Milwaukee on the money line.
Are
So
you?
it was when it
idiot?
was pretty high.
Bob is a gambler. Yeah.
No, I do it for fun.
Hey, 25 bucks. That ain't really gambling, but 500 on 25, Bob. Let's hit
Yeah.
that shit tonight, man. Let's go.
Like the Bills were down at halftime at some like in the first playoff game, and then all of a sudden they win, and Bob goes, "Well, I'm going to Disney now."
Well, that
Just
was
for
a
fun.
given.
Well, yeah, they're
No,
going to
it was,
Disney.
and it was Kansas City. Kansas City was down 14.
Oh, sorry.
They were down 14 to was it not Miami? Who they play in the second round?
Latest first.
It
RB
was
has
the
been
Ravens.
selected. This is. Oh, the graphic went away, but I'm like, apparently this is late for the first RB to be drafted. The only later RB drafted was Bishop Senke.
Is Green Bay on the clock? Did the Giants pick?
They're picking right now. Rondé's up there reading the pick for me.
Okay.
I mean, that's
Which-
not a great track
Green
record.
Bay? Doesn't pick for 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh, I
5,
thought-
6, 7, 8, 9, about 10 or 11 picks.
What?
Next is Jacksonville, then Cincinnati, then Washington, then Pittsburgh, then Indianapolis, then Washington, then Cleveland, then Miami, then
could've
Dallas,
sworn
then Tampa,
that
then
was-
Green Bay.
I could have sworn when I switched the channel, it said Giants, and up next was Green Bay. But I'm
Safety Tyler Nubin.
fucking delusional.
And maybe they traded and it just, I don't know. Or maybe you were just Green Bay colored glasses? Like you just got excited that they'd get to pick again soon?
Let's be honest. I'm paying half attention to just about everything.
Never
It's,
half-ass two things. Whole last
Oh, you
one.
gotta make that. You gotta make that.
It's kind of ironic that this was the latest running back drafted since the Bishop Sankey draft, which was 2014, which is the class that this class keeps coming back to and pointing to. Like it feels so
Wide
similar.
receivers. Everything's
It's
just
wild. Yeah,
AKA one of the worst. Right.
one of the worst. It was great. All the wide receivers. It was awesome.
But for running backs.
That was the Jarvis Landry draft.
Yeah. That's the year. That's Odell Beckham, right?
I mean,
Sammy Watkins, baby.
if you want to get technical, but I like to call it the Jarvis Landry draft.
Sammy Watkins, baby. Hashtag Team Clemson big wide
Oh
receiver.
yeah, Sammy Watkins. Yep. I drafted him in a rookie draft that year.
I drafted him in every draft after.
How about the guy that selected Corey Davis and John Ross in their draft?
Oh, Henry Ruggs.
No, that is a trap I did not fall for. But Corey Davis, yeah. And once I drafted John Ross over Juju Smith-Schuster.
Alex is saying that Green Bay traded back, so I'm not
Okay.
crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not. Hey, babe, I'm not crazy.
For this specific reason.
Well, for this specific. In this specific instance, Sarah, I am not crazy.
Jaguars select. I have no idea who this running back James Stewart is, though.
A running back got selected?
No.
No. Okay.
The guy reading the pick.
Okay.
James Stewart, he's a Jacksonville running back. He played, was it
Mason Smith.
James Stewart and Fred Taylor were a backfield together.
Were they? That doesn't sound familiar.
No, just
Mason Smith, but there's two A's, so it's Mason Smith.
They ran behind Tony Baselli.
Who?
Yeah, exactly. Only one of the greatest linemen of all time.
Who?
Tony
Walter
Baselli.
Jonathan Ogden? I got those jerseys.
Oh, I'll send you a couple more.
You sent me like 16 Jose Canseco jerseys.
No, there was two, wasn't there?
It might as well be 16. Why do we have? And didn't we give away like two of
The
them?
same reason we had three Kenny Hills, because we hit on a few.
Bengals pick is in. I
Wow,
love
it's
this.
fast.
They don't want to be here either.
Wow. No, they don't.
I
mean,
love that Shahad Khan. I can't remember his first name. I think it. The owner of the Jaguars. He's had that same mustache for like 30 years.
He was bored with that mustache.
There's a distinct possibility. I have not seen baby pictures, so I cannot confirm.
They
Pick is
pick
in on the
Mitchell
Bengals.
so they can get rid of Higgins.
Hey, Bob. Look at the screen for a second. Bob, look at the screen for a second.
Here it comes.
I can't see you because you're over on the screen. Yeah,
I gave you the finger. I flipped you the bird.
Oh, that's pretty mean.
You were saying mean things.
It's
I'm just saying I speak the truth.
giving someone the bird is my love language. Right, baby.
There's two people on the screen right now that have given me the bird.
Are they both me?
Nope. One of them was in person.
That still sounds like it could have been me.
No.
No.
It had something to do with Traylon.
I would never, Bob.
I have the picture.
That doesn't sound like anything I would do.
Urban League.
I was wearing this shirt too.
Yep, you were.
So, that is one of my favorite logos. I was giddy when I saw the Baskin Robbins logo.
Yes. This one the Krispy Kreme I have, and man, I come by it honestly, but yeah, that one. That's the one, Bob.
I got that
This
from my
is
daughter.
one of my favorites. Yep. I might have to get one for Callan.
Yeah, I got that, Starbucks, and Dunkin' for my daughter.
So, do you guys live in SFB gear like I do? Is that
Yes.
just a thing?
That's literally all I have. So
Okay.
I go to work and I walk in and they're like, "Oh, that's whatever," and I'm like, "Yeah, except for it's not."
Except for it's
Scott
not.
Fishbowl. Yeah,
Yep.
it's Scott Fishbowl. And
Yep.
then the next day we have to run it back again and again. And
I'm getting the same thing at work. I've started wearing my stuff to work now because I have so much.
yeah.
Because I work hard, so I hate to ruin the t-shirts, but I have so many now that it's just like I gotta start them in my work rotation.
That one the one you're wearing, Greg, was not easy to make. Trying to find that font to that local bar was.
This is one I will never wear to work. This is a collector's item as far as I'm concerned.
That one came out good.
Yes,
And
I
then
love
Bob ruins us this year with these early access sets where I'm going to now have 12 new shirts.
Yeah.
Not to mention the ones I buy after that.
Hey, Bob, the early access was a good idea. Don't let them give you shit.
Those are some good logos.
Such good logos.
I think it's just a good idea to do an early grab thing for a little cheaper,
Yeah. I mean,
I definitely got in on the set 2 and set 3.
Did you?
Yeah.
I figured you got the Disney one.
I don't know. Well, I say that. I don't know if I did it right, but I messaged Bob and said if I messed this up, I wanted set 2 and set 3 because I donated extra on the first one, and then there wasn't a spot to click what
it is. But let's be fair, they're getting shipped to me and I ship them out. So
and I have a spreadsheet that Russ and I need to talk after.
let's talk about it. We're here. We got nothing better going on.
No, I have. We'll talk about it.
Are there any picks going on, you guys? Am I missing any? What am I missing?
Defense.
Okay.
Is it all
Commanders
defense?
just took cornerback Mike Sainristil, a cornerback from Michigan.
I think.
I just go regular USPS. We use Pirate Ship, by the way. It's like pirateship.com. I legitimately chose them because their name is awesome, but their prices are pretty good. And I printed it out.
I was gonna say you probably don't even need to ship mine, but then it's we're gonna be a minute before we see each other. We're still at like 100 days or so.
Yeah.
But
I mean, if you wanted to, I'll send you stuff, but
I'm giving some serious consideration to the New York, to driving down to New York for the live draft.
don't mess with
What
me.
day is that one?
The 13th, I think. He said like he didn't know, but I'm pretty sure it is.
It's not my calendar. Hold on.
If I do, Bob, you want me to swing by?
Yeah, 13th. I forgot to write down the date of Philly, though.
Possibly, or I might be riding back with you because I'd be flying right into New York.
Oh, look at you.
Well, I'd be coming right from Orlando.
Oh, I thought about I looked at trying to do Orlando or Cincinnati. I'd love to go to Cincinnati, see Bosch and J Mike.
John's coming down to
Orlando.
Yeah.
So if you come down, you go to Orlando, you can hit both Mickey and Bosch.
Yeah.
I fell down to 75th in the draft contest, guys.
Oh,
So
have I moved?
So that means Zach has to have moved up.
I don't know, but I am terrible at the functionality of the draft, but I'm still pretty proud that I got the 5 wide receivers in the 5 first round wide receivers as my top 5, like the first 5 receivers off the board, my first 5 receivers in February. Like I feel like that's okay.
It's just okay.
Should we premiere a couple of logos?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you have logos?
Oh, we
have logos that
lots
have
of
are
logos.
unreleased. Huh? Wrong show? What did Russ say?
I said we have a lot of logos we haven't released.
Oh, I thought you said wrong show.
Let's.
Friday's race day. Oh no, wait, sorry. That's different.
I mean, it was, but like people, like I love the people that come and watch our show in the middle of the day on a day, on a work day. But like they show up with a little hopes of winning something. People are here just to hang out, so let's give them something worth being here for.
All right.
I want to give away some stuff too.
Yeah.
Let's see.
We're sitting here silently waiting for you to do something, Bob, and you're not.
Fucking.
I love this logo so much.
Oh, sorry.
Well, this was almost part.
Puka Nakua.
This was one of the original idea was the 3 Disney movies, and this was going to be one of them. That's so good.
Let's see. We've got.
Oh, and I forgot when or where I showed them, but I also got these. Oh, sorry. I'll show afterwards.
That's the wrong one. There's an updated one from that one.
Oh, is that going to be on a gray T-shirt? I love that.
Well, you got the one with the. Didn't you put
I'm
frost on
looking.
it?
Yeah, I don't see that one.
Hey, you need to stop flashing those stickers unless you're going to start like giving them out or something.
Here. Oh, there you go. Greg, put your hands out. I tried. Sorry. The Steelers pick is in. I already forgot who they drafted in round 1.
Look at that.
Here goes Adonai Mitchell, right? Move. Yeah, they took a lineman in round 1. Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, I was completely blanking. I just remember they didn't take a wide receiver. Center, Zach Frazier. It's such a double-edged sword, Hep, with Big Trouble in Little China, like that kind of stuff, those cult classic things where it's one of those things where so many people will be like, oh man, that's so cool, I'm going to go buy something else. Which is why a lot of those won't get made, even though you will sit there saying how cool it is, but it really won't get any sway in the purchasing department. I do like that though. Complete Disney bias. Oh, here we go. We have
Okay, baby. You can
high school wrestling highlights for this center. That's what we're watching right now. High school wrestling highlights.
Bucks lost.
I blame Bob.
Sorry, Bob.
Oh well.
Man, I kind of love the Steelers going 2 offensive linemen though. Like very necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go Naki, baby.
They've low key like done well already in this draft and pre-draft with getting both Wilson and Fields for next to nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Colts pick is in already. I don't know, man. Like, does that need to be yellow on yellow? Like,
It was at the time because it was going.
oh yeah,
to,
we were screen printing it. Yeah.
It was clashing with some other colors.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would work with any other colors.
Red.
Black and gray would black everything out that's black. So I kind of
No.
like that.
You
No,
make
like
it red.
no, not for black. It needs to be a color. But like honestly, like I think I would even like that on like a light blue shirt.
Really?
like almost like an actual sky, and then you have the sunset on it.
No.
I also just I can't picture myself wearing a yellow shirt. It's
You mean you don't have the Chiquita?
I don't. Or the what else was there? There was something else that was yellow. No,
I don't know.
McDonald's was
I love the Chiquita, so I
Yeah.
have that one. Bob
have that.
Bob hooked me up with that.
red. Yeah, there's a hoodie, right? Is that
No, mine's
No?
a shirt.
you have a yellow hoodie, Bob? I don't know what I'm thinking of.
No, you're thinking of the King's Classic, I think.
Yeah, no, I have no idea. I'm not gonna pretend to know what I'm thinking of. They just showed a bunch of Colts fans, and there's one dude holding a sign that said Duval on it. Like, you're in the wrong
Adonai-
place, man.
Adonai
Wrong place.
Mitchell. Adonai Mitchell.
Like I've been saying, he's not going to be like the guy, so that's fine for Pittman, I guess. Zaire Franklin, linebacker, 7th round pick by the Colts in 2018. They're showing off-season workouts scrolling on the bottom. They really have nothing to talk about.
It makes you yearn for the high school wrestling highlights.
I'm just saying, at least I got to see some takedowns. So here we go. Packers off-season workouts, May 20th and 21st, May 23rd, May 28th and 29th, May 31st, June 3rd and 4th, June 6th, mandatory minicamp, June 11th through 13th. Yep, wide receiver Adonai Mitchell. There he is.
That's what happened. The Colts went Mitchell.
Yeah,
Yep.
80 Mitchell, yeah.
Yep.
Mm.
Missouri City, Texas. Why?
That's like
Kansas
Miami
City.
of Ohio.
No, but at least it's not like different state name city, like Kansas City, Missouri, Missouri City, Texas. Like that's not how that's supposed to work. Kansas City should be in Kansas. Missouri City should be in Missouri. Like, I'm not alone on this one, right? And just to put this out there, you should be getting shirts whether you're in or not. Just put it out there. Awesome shirts. Money goes to charity. And I mean, let's be honest. It doesn't hurt you getting in
If you buy shirts.
if we see you supporting. So,
Yep.
And I think that's Russ, a good point. I mean, probably everybody who's in the chat now and watching knows this, but like, just like be part of the community. It's such an awesome, like, it's such an awesome thing. Whether you're in or not. So like, way back, so SFB 480, that's where I discovered the Scott Fishbowl, and I wasn't in. I did a satellite for the SFB 480, but like. Twas the night before Fishbowl because I was like, this is amazing, and I need to do something creative just for my own edification, and like the retweets and the hashtags and all of that, like it's such a great thing. Not only is fantasy football awesome, but the fact that it is fantasy football for charity and the Fantasy Cares, where it's all of this for charities and the reach that we have now. It's incredible. So like, I don't understand how you can not be excited and not want to be part of it, even if you're not in the main event. Like, there's so many other ways to be part of it. It's awesome.
Yeah,
that's how. I mean, that is how 90% of the people get in. Is they did participate in the Mirror Leagues. They've got themselves involved with the community, and that's how. I mean, that's how you get noticed. It's not any other.
There is no other way.
This is the way.
other.
Be active.
Yeah. And how do you not fall in love with this? I fell in love with it. It changed me. This shit changed me. This in my beard changed my life. I was a crabby, sour.
don't talk
SOB.
about Sarah like that.
And growing a beard and discovering this tournament changed how I looked at things.
Yeah, like, no, seriously. And I I say this like the corniest thing that I'll ever say. You know, I've known from a very young age that I was never going to find fulfillment in my day job. I've known my wife since high school. You know, we started dating. I was 18, she was 17, and we were sitting on the swing set in a playground in the development I lived in, and I legitimately said to her, "You're going to need to make a lot of money because my potential absolutely has a cap because I will never care about what I'm doing." And thankfully, she took that to heart and got a really good job because she's freaking brilliant. But it's the absolute honest truth. My day job, I could not care less about. But like, what are my passions? You know, it was fantasy football. You know, like that's what I cared about. That's what I did. I joined 30-something leagues because that's what kept me interested. That's what I was passionate about. And then I found Scott. I found Fantasy Cares. And I realized, wait, I can use these to give money to charity? Really? Yeah. All right. Started putting that in every single one of my leagues. And then like I started to realize that maybe the one time I would ever find fulfillment in life is working for a charity. It is insanely hard to get a job at a charity, by the way. You know, it's a good way to get a job by a charity. Convince other people to start one. By me, well, Bob and John and me just like, hey Scott, hey Scott, hey Scott, hey Scott, hey Scott. You know, and Fantasy Cares becoming like, this is legitimately my dream. It is a combination of fantasy football and charity, and it's literally me like, hey Russ, how you doing? Living the dream right now. Yes, 9 to 5, not so much most of the time. Well, to be fair, I do so much more Fantasy Care stuff during the day than my real job, but like, this is what I care about. This is what I love doing. Like, this is legitimately almost like, this is my dream for me. So like, I love all of this and any of this. And so I'm absolutely with you, Greggles. Like, this legitimately changed me.
None of the work I did coordinating at Minnesota Live this year felt like work.
Yeah.
None of it. I loved every minute of it. Every minute, because I know it's not about me. It's about something that's about us and about everybody. And it just makes me feel good, man. And that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. And it's the absolute truth where like, it's so funny. Oh man, that's so weird. I just looked at the screen and I saw a tackle named B Fisher. My dad's Bruce Fisher. And I'm like, wait, what? And then I just freaked out for a second.
Russ, you're rich.
Well, he hasn't gotten drafted yet. So his salary's getting lower and lower as the draft goes on. But like the very first expo, which was like 4 or 5 years ago at this point, I requested off from work and my boss was like, "You're going somewhere? Where are you going?" And I'm like, "So I'm going to Ohio to meet a bunch of strange men I met on the internet." And you know, it's always that joke about like these people you meet online and you call them your online friends or stuff. Or like, and when I talk to my wife, like I call people football friends, you know, because it's easier to say that they don't live here, you know, like, but like the friends I've made through fantasy football, like Zach is literally not even my best friend anymore because we're family. Like, I mean, and I
Uncle Russ.
I sent his kids birthday presents and Christmas presents. I just started signing them Uncle Russ to make it a thing. I didn't run it by them. I just started doing it.
Oh, no, they love it. It's awesome.
Yeah. And like, it's so like legitimately, like I've met people I consider family at this point. Like we met J Mike through fantasy football, and he's literally like the best human being ever. Like this has changed so much of my life when it comes to my person. Like it's so funny. Like go back and listen to episode 1 and 2 of Trade Addicts and listen to how I used to talk. I used to talk very slowly, a lot of pauses in between my like zero self-confidence. Like you could tell I was terrified. And I mean, I was, to be honest, but like this has given me the ability to talk to people and like the willingness to want to talk to people. Like, of course, I'm still terrified. Like I see someone like, you know, you see someone wearing like a Giants shirt, and sometimes they just wear a Giants shirt because they live in New York and New Jersey. But like you see a dude with like a Giants jacket, shirt, and hat, and like part of me just wants to go like, fucking Giants, right? Like, and it's like, I don't know, like this has legitimately changed who I am as a human being. and I love every second of it.
Ditto.
It is too, and it's funny because you see so many people on Twitter now having less than ideal experiences.
Yeah.
With but you don't have, like, when you have the community, like, there's so few and far between negative interactions. There just aren't. It's awesome. There's so many people that are helping other people out, and so many people that are I always say it's we were kind of lost in looking for direction, and Scott kind of galvanized us, pointed us in the direction, and said, here, you can do good. And everyone's like, oh yeah, well, we'll swim that way. That's awesome. And
Swim.
yeah, you like
We're
that,
all
Bob.
fish.
I got a creative writing degree, my friend.
We're all fish.
That's it.
Yeah.
But no, it's great. Russ, did you see your second tight end one off the board?
No.
Oh, is it a 2 tight end league?
Ben Sinnott went to Washington.
There we go.
They need one. I don't,
Athletic tight end.
yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
think that Benjamin guy would be the second one.
I mean, I kind of was hoping Jatavian Sanders would be, because I got
Or
him
Sanders, not Benjamin.
301 in dash.
Sinnott, gained a lot of traction with the combine. He had a good combine, had like really high testing numbers. He wore 47 though in college, which is hard for me to wrap my head around. 47 being a tight end,
A fullback.
yeah, but
A what? Those still exist?
No, they don't.
Juice check, and that's it.
I would say my autocorrects the use check, man. He's still there.
My phone capitalizes the word love now, because the amount of times I guess I talk about Jordan Love on my phone.
That's funny.
Well, thank you very much. I love him.
But yeah, no, Sinnott was so a 40-inch vertical, 4.68 40, 3-cone under 7, so 6.82 3-cone,
Yeah.
and then a 4.23 short shuttle. So like he's super athletic.
Mhm.
That's really what you look for in tight ends at this point.
It's
right?
certainly one of the things.
That's Washington, you said?
Yep, drafted him. The Commanders. But
Yeah.
he was a Kansas State guy, Sinnott.
I like that.
Crazy Tim bringing up Chris Cooley. Oh man, those were the good days of tight end in Washington. Loved me some Chris Cooley.
God, that takes me back. Hoping that Chris Cooley will catch a touchdown. Dolphins picks in.
Night, JJ Willie. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, appreciate
You
you,
guys-
JJ.
I love you.
Oh, Jordan Reed. If it wasn't for the
Oh,
injuries, Jordan
Jordan.
Reed was so much fun to watch. Like that was an athletic. Like that was a dude that should have been a wide receiver, but he was just gigantic.
I was
But
just about to say that. He
could
wasn't
not.
even a tight end. That guy
His
was
body
a
was not
freak.
put together well. Large gentleman walking on the stage right now. I want to wear like I've worn a tux with a vest, but I've never worn like a legit 3-piece suit. I want to wear a 3-piece suit because that has to feel so good.
I thought about getting one for my wedding, but I didn't do the vest.
I mean, I did a tuxedo. Like I looked like a waiter. My wife picked it out. I had nothing to do with it.
I will not look like a waiter at my wedding. I ordered custom. I'm going navy blue. I'm
love it.
custom all the way. You were talking about the fancy insides of the jackets last night.
Lining,
I have a fancy inside of the jacket and everything. Yeah.
Oh, see,
What
I
is-
was on.
What is it like? What's on the inside?
It's like sugar. It's like sugar skulls. It's chic skull. It's like those
Nice.
Mexican skulls. It's all-
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
Sexy.
cool.
Love it.
Yeah,
we
shark skin. Hamilton shark skin. Very
We
nice.
did a beach in August in Maine, so it was like 90%
you-
humidity and
Yeah,
like
you did wear a
85 degrees.
suit. Yeah.
I wore linen
Linen,
Nice.
nothing but linen.
Yep.
and sandals because I hate shoes. I hate socks. So
We thought about doing the destination whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, you say destination, but I'm in.
You're
Maine.
in, yeah,
I'm literally like
yeah.
3 miles from where I got married. But it
Yeah.
was my uncle. My uncle had a beach. so-
I'm right on Lake Superior out here,
Oh,
but
nice.
it's fucking cold, man. Shit.
Does it get warm in the summer at least?
Yeah, we're getting married at a place called Pier B. It's right down on the water. It's a big new hotel right down on the water. So
Sweet.
it's September, so we're hoping for some nice weather. But there ain't no way getting married on a beach works around here.
Yeah. See, we got married in August in New Jersey, and thankfully the place we got married in hadn't sold out because they have like 2 wings. It got so hot, they're just like, we'll give you the inside wedding, we'll give you the other hall. You shouldn't want to be outside right now.
Shut up. So you had to see, we have an option. If our weather's bad, we can have it inside. You had to either book the inside or the outside, Russ.
That's how fancy this place is, because they
Wow.
usually book every
Wow.
area, but we got very lucky where they didn't book, and we just got very because it was like it was
Miserable.
sticky, gross.
Yeah.
It was not nice out.
Like grandparents passing out and shit.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I actually had grandparents back then, so it might have happened like,
Yeah.
but it was, and now we go to the American Cancer Society throws a gala every year. And last year was the first year we went. It's at the place we got married. So we got to go back there last year, and we waited till everyone left because it was in the room we had our reception in. So we ran up the stairs and got the picture of us walking back down the steps to put next to the wedding picture.
Yeah. How different do you look?
Higher now. It's really weird. I weigh the same now as I did then, but now it's like all in my belly. Back then I had like a bit of a bigger face, but I looked like I didn't have any facial hair. And I didn't have much gray in my hair. I got married at 25. Like,
Sure. Yep.
so I was pretty young. So I didn't really
No
have any
face hair?
I was a baby. I looked like a baby. Like, I look back and I'm just like, wow, we were young when we got married, but like, damn.
Wow. Yep. I mean, you don't think about it when it's happening, but 25, man. Think about it now. Oh, my.
Like I said before, like, we've known each other for years at that point. We got together when I was 18. Like, we waited till after college anyway, like, you know, to before even bother getting engaged. Like, we would have been married earlier if, you know, life wasn't a thing, you know, like college and careers and, you know, being able to afford things.
But it's so romantical to think about a whole lifetime, you know?
Yeah.
It's just so
I
romantic.
totally wish we just eloped though. Like, it was one of those things where her parents were like, we'll pay for the wedding, or you can elope and we'll just give you money. I was like, oh my God, let's go. But I want the fairy tale wedding. She got the fucking fairy tale wedding. It was a very nice wedding. It really, really was. It was amazing.
So
But, like,
we're going to Vegas so I can draft. And we've talked about, she's joked about.
just
Just
being
do it. Just doing it. Just
Elvis right there.
Yep. She's insisting that we both get white outfits. So I have to order some white shorts and a white shirt and stuff. And we're going to play it up. I mean, we're going to tell everywhere we go that we're getting married so we can get free shit.
Yes.
Why not get free shit, right?
My friend went to Disney and proposed to his, girlfriend at the time, but did it like 6 times because you get fancy pins, you get, free desserts. Like, so he just kept getting shit because he kept proposing.
From what I understand, Vegas is very expensive. We're looking to get some free shit.
Yes, you got it. You got it whenever you can.
Yeah, I'll lie. I'll tell a little white lie if I have to.
You won't be the only one.
Not a lie.
You're getting married. It's not a lie.
My fiance in the background saying it's not a lie. It's just a little white lie. We are getting married. I mean, we're not lying. We're saying we're getting married.
It's the old Costanza. It's not a lie.
It's not.
If you believe it.
Yes, exactly. God, ain't that the trouble with the world? Holy fuck. Come on, Cowboys. Pick a running back.
Well, weren't
Like
they the ones
Corum
that
for
everyone was
Bob
saying?
one time.
Oh,
Or actually, does Bob need?
I'd really
Bob
like it to be Benson, but
Bob may need it to be the Chargers, but
why do you say that?
I just a thought. I mean,
Okay.
not that
Not that
I
he
don't-
showed us a picture of a prop bet that he made.
Yeah, I don't have any inside information, nothing like that.
Okay. Come on, let it be Benson.
No, they have. There's going to be a delay because there's people coming out, so he's going to have to introduce people and all that stuff. Oh, it's not even. Oh, it's Jason. No, I thought that was Jason Witten. Wow. DL Chad Henning.
Yeah, that's not Jason Witten. No.
He had like that square, like rectangle face, and always looks like he's
Yep.
an angry dad.
Yep.
And that's what I saw, but now I see
Yeah.
it doesn't really look like him.
You want to know the irony of my evening, Russ, is I got kicked off the stream I was on. Now the only place I can find the draft is PFF.
Yeah. Sure.
So I'm watching 2 out of 3 guys who have me blocked on Twitter, which is awesome.
I need more people to block me on Twitter.
It's almost poetic.
We
Not enough
we had a some differences of opinions in certain Buffalo Bills wide receiver. So
Holy moly, that constitutes blockage, huh?
Well, you talk
apparently-
better of Sammy Watkins, I'm going to block you.
No, I love Sammy. Sammy's great. But
You have to be careful, I guess.
He's reading the
I,
card.
but like I'm really innocuous. Like I don't go out of my way. I don't I don't ever take anything personally, and I don't approach anything as being personal.
Right.
Like,
It's all
I just
love,
don't.
man. It's all love. We're just
Absolutely.
it's a different of opinion. It's just an opinion about football. For God's
Well,
sake.
and that's
not even about football. It's about a game based on football.
yeah, and that's the like for
Man.
me,
Man, oh,
me. Like we're the Dynasty Dummies are called the Dynasty Dummies for that exact reason, because nobody knows anything, and we will be the first to admit that like we're trying to get things right, but there's a whole lot of unknown, and we'll borrow good information where we can and try to give you what we got as best we can. But at the end of the day, we're all dummies, and if you accept that, we're all better off. So.
to
Edge,
predict
Marshawn
the
Neely.
unpredictable.
Yes.
To predict the unpredictable, to expect anyone to be accurate in any of this stuff. And
Yep.
Yeah, it really is a game where if you are over 50% in your predictions, you're good. Like
I
get
that's
this.
really where we're at. And
get
like
this.
it's funny, like Zach says, why he called themselves the dummies. And I don't really end up explaining this all that often, especially anymore since I've been around for like 8 years at this point. But like the original joke about Outhouse was that we were full of shit. Like we didn't I don't know what else. Outhouse was actually originally made as practically a troll account. Again, I've been around forever, and like 8 years ago, it was when a lot of the people started showing up with like Dynasty something or FF something, and they were just really arrogant a-holes. So like 4 guys in one of our leagues were like, "We should do this, man. Like let's do this and just make fun of people." And I'm like, "Okay, I'll do
Yep.
that." And
Yep.
this just sprung to me so quick, and I'm like, "Oh my god, that's hilarious!" And what we would do is we would go, and back then there was like 3 people that would retweet trade polls. It was like Dynasty Trade Calculator, MFL, and at Dynasty Trades, which he doesn't even do it anymore. Who used to Eric Bertzloff, I think was his name. He used to host the RotoViz,
Yep.
the
Yep.
trade cast. And so we would go on all of these polls and we would start retweeting them, and then we would start answering them. Like we would pick a player, and of course I did this a lot. Anytime Sammy Watkins was there, I would pick Sammy Watkins. Like, dude, you got to go with Watkins. He's the best player in this deal. And then 20 minutes later, someone else would sign in under the same name, being like, "No, you know what? I don't really like Sammy Watkins. You should go with this." And like we would just start again making complete crap up. And again, we were never mean. Like that's why I say borderline troll account. We were never jerks to anyone. We just were stupid. And then of course they got bored of it in like 30 seconds. And I'm like, I think I might like really doing this.
yeah,
And again, I stand by saying that there's probably a very good chance I wouldn't have a following if I started now, because everyone does what I do or what I did. But 8 years ago, no one was retweeting trade polls. No one was answering. Like, people would click good choice, but I actually would go in and write a response. And people started following me. And that's honestly, I still say to this day, the only reason I have a following is because I've just been here too long.
You've been here so long. Let's not call it too long, just so long.
I mean, I remember when there was this new guy, Outhouse. So
Yeah,
hey,
see,
I still remember.
that's like, hey man, I've been around.
Yeah.
Hey man,
I still remember
I shit bigger than
Ryan
you.
McDowell saying you should listen to these dummy guys.
Yep. That was like 2014 or 15. That was
That's
a while
right.
ago.
That's
Yeah.
what. Yeah, that's
I'm-
how I found you guys.
I'm still noticing it. This time last year, there wasn't near. Everybody now is live drafting the draft. Everybody now
Oh yeah.
has a stream that is doing what we're doing right now during the draft, and it's hard to choose. Like, I love Shane. I want to be watching
Yeah.
Shane
Yeah.
right now, but I love this more. Player Profiler has some really good guys on their shit. They know a lot. They take it a little too seriously for me, but they're out there, and they rented a big ass cabin, and they're out there living their best life out in Player Profilerville. And I'd like to be tuning into that, but I can get all that in a podcast. But it's just, there's so many. Everybody's doing it.
Well,
Everybody's doing it.
And back when we started, like the dummies, like Kyle and I started, there were like 3 or 4 really good like day one streams, including Scott and Frank and Ty, who did the Shotcast.
Yep.
And so we would
Oh,
watch the Shotcast on the first night of the draft, and then we were the only people who did day 2, and we did day 2 because at that point there'd be like 6 players drafted in day 1, and then like everybody
gets drafted in day 2.
And
Yep.
so like not only did we get to watch like who we wanted to watch and get the great feed, but then we also got all of the
Got all the
It was awesome.
See, and I love that because I would be hosting day 1 for either the DAP network or I was on with DLF for a while. And then I'm like, oh, so for day 2 for the good stuff, I could just go on Zach's stream. Yeah, let's go, baby.
But day two is the best because you could talk about
Absolutely.
what happened in day 1
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
go through.
And like the past 2-3 years, it's been a little different where we've been getting a lot of wide receivers in the first and like a lot more offensive players. It used to like not be many wide receivers taken in the first round, like 2 if you were lucky. And so now it's a little bit different, but like, yeah, like day 2 literally used to be it. Like that's where your fantasy
was
players
it.
come from.
Yeah, but now it's fun because day 1 is wide receivers and day 2 is running backs. It's fun. It's
Last year, day 2 was tight ends. Oh man, there was like
Yeah.
9.
I think day 2 is the time to. I just saw so many on my feed today about come watch us, come watch us, come watch us, come watch us. It's like, oh man, you're killing me.
I'm such
Like,
a bad business person. I tweeted it once and never brought it up again. Like I was like, yeah, if they want to find me, they'll find me.
Did you guys see that Ray GQ tweeted? Did they get 10,000 viewers last night? Is that what I saw? What was the 10,000? What was the 8,000 thing? Did you see that in your feed at all?
If you stream on Twitter, anytime someone scrolls past your tweet, it counts. So
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
I
I think like
just saw
Peter
that-
Howard was talking about that, how like one day you got like 18,000 views or something.
Yeah, I just saw them celebrating.
That could be
85,000.
what it was. Like I'm completely guessing that's what it was. But also, I was talking about it yesterday. Like Ray is awesome.
Yeah.
Oh God, they're all awesome.
He is electric.
I
I
would
love
listen-
listening to Ray talk.
I would listen for Scott alone. Scott is the smartest man in this business, as far as I'm concerned. Scott's great. Shane's great. That Dynasty Trades in 5 is great.
Yeah.
They're all just great. So I wouldn't be surprised if they had like 10,000 people watching them, but man, oh man. When it said,
I think Elon's done something weird with the live stream though with Twitter, because like when J Mike and I do it, just keeps going up, and we'll have like it'll be like 4,000 or 5,000 at the end of a show, and I'm like, this is not real. Like
Right.
we don't do that traffic. This is not
Okay.
real.
Okay, because they were celebrating like 8,500 and 9,000. And
Oh yeah, I mean it looks cool,
I would too, just because.
and
when-
they've got a big group. Like they should be. They're awesome.
they're so good.
Yeah.
They're
Wait,
best. in
Oh,
the business.
Alex, yes,
Scott Connor is the best in the business.
Alex,
Tommy
I have
is a
shouted out.
gem.
Yeah, I've shouted out Tommy a couple times recently, just because like I was having an interaction with him, and all of a sudden I looked and I was like, he had 300 followers, and I'm like, well, hold on, Tommy, time out, hold on, no,
See
like
the Packers, baby?
that's like he is one of my favorite like outside the box
Yes.
thinkers, and I think that is sorely lacking, because I think we get into this with fantasy because everyone kind of congregates on Twitter, and a lot of analysts listen to each other's shows, and a lot of analysts are having conversations off of each other's tweets, and like you'll have like a Keon Coleman day where everyone tweets out about Keon Coleman, and you'll have an AD Mitchell day where everybody tweets about Adonai Mitchell, and there's this real value to me because the edges aren't in the middle by definition.
No.
The edges are on the outside, and so if you're thinking in the middle, you're not accessing these edges, and you're not taking advantage of where that is. And Tommy, FF Tommy B is fantastic at finding edges. And Alex, asking questions. And that's one of the things that I value the most about somebody like Tommy, somebody like J Mike, is they ask the questions that you didn't know you needed the answer to until you hear the question. And then you're like, yes, let me think on that and let me build on that. And all of a sudden you become a better analyst or a better dynasty player because you are attacking from a different perspective that you wouldn't have even thought of except for they asked the question.
Yeah, and I remember like Tommy is in a TA league, Trade Addicts League, and he would ask a question almost every single week for the Trade Addicts show, and it would be like, "All right, Tommy B time. Let's think of something I've never thought of before," or "It's Tommy B time. You guys need to answer first because I don't have to think about this one for a while." He had some great questions.
On that note, I've been listening to Fantasy Football Weekly for 15 years. It's Paul Charchian and Scott Fish.
Sorry to interrupt you, fellas. I need to run for a few minutes.
Go ahead. Go poop.
Love you all.
Do your thing. Make sure you tweet about what we're doing around here while you're pooping. Right?
I would say I was pooping if I had to poop. My name is Outhouse, Greg.
So, this FF Weekly that I love so much with Charch and Scott and Explosive Outputs and Brian Johnson, they've added Thor.
Yeah.
And Thor has added this every week. He comes on and they all get matchups that they do, right? So they all get a game and they focus on that offense and that defense and what is going to happen. And Thor has thrown this zone beater and man beater thing into his evaluation. Yep. And it's brilliant. He was right every week. He's like, okay, Nakua is their zone beater this week, so Nakua is going to eat.
Yep.
Or vice versa. And I'd never heard that before this past season, a zone beater and a man beater. So he's digging a bit deeper, and it's just something new and different that it got injected to my sphere, and it helped me so much. It just helped so much.
It's so funny, you get somebody who just has that little bit different perspective, and that's you talk about the zone and man, that's something that I've noticed when I'm doing my rookie evaluations, and I noticed that all the way back to Cooper Kupp and Juju Smith-Schuster, the guys who have the ability to beat zones and work from the inside. It's incredible because especially the way the NFL is shifted, where you have seen a lot more kind of off coverage and
deep
nickel and dime and cover twos and and so the way to beat those is to kind of that extended middle, being able to find the spot and sit down, afford your quarterback a lane to throw. And so like watching that, like I hit on Justin Jefferson because that like he was so good at that.
Yep.
Like just watching him, you're like, oh, well, he does that, but then can do this. And it's like, to me, the idea, I hate comps. I don't like the idea of comps, and I get why people like them. I get why it's comfortable to, to kind of envision a player as another player that you've seen.
Put nothing when you don't have it. It's easy to put players in a lane, right? That's what you're doing. Really.
But what I like to do is just kind of describe traits, and then all of a sudden you can see the players that do similar things, and they're not the same player, but they have like this part of the skill set. So like Justin Jefferson and Cooper Kupp are totally different players, but that area of the skill set, it was like, oh, well, this is a zone, and you've seen Kupp be successful, and he does the exact same thing. And Juju Smith-Schuster, when he came out, and I think it's the players who can be a one from a wide receiver 2 position. Really, like that's one of the traits that they have is that zone beater.
Yep.
And so it's interesting to me to hear other people talk about it. And Russ and I started talking about this at the very beginning of the show, but like wide receiver now, we've for so long, and fantasy's guilty of this too, but I think the NFL also, for so long we saw wide receiver and it was like one bucket. It was wide receiver. This is the position. It's really not. There are really 5 or 6 different positions within wide receiver. Yep. And so necessarily you grade players, the different skill sets, just because, Keon Coleman does this and Malachi Corley does this doesn't mean they both can't succeed, but they, depending on what you try to do with them, they're like, if you send Malachi Corley down the field, he's not going to succeed. If you have Keon Coleman try to beat man coverage in short areas, he's not going to succeed. But there are paths where they both can succeed.
And what Thor and this Fantasy Football Weekly is doing is this is a week-to-week game.
Yeah.
Despite our dynasty heads in all of this, it's a week-to-week game. So if Thor gets a matchup where his defensive coordinator is running a zone and Puka, he has the Rams offense going against this zone-based D, he's like, Puka's the zone beater. Puka's going to go off this week. It's great not only for our regular the DFS alone.
Yeah,
it's just so valuable. I DM Thor because I want him to be in our Minnesota Live.
Yep.
But I also complimented him on the fact that he opened my eyes to the fact that it's not just about these offensive players. It's about how these offenses are using these players against a specific defense on a week-to-week basis. And I think during the point scoring season, all of us need to be talking about this.
Yeah.
All of us need to be saying, hey, Atlanta's running a heavy zone and the Rams love to run Puka in these. He's a zone beater. Kupp is not the guy this week.
Right.
Kupp's not the guy. He's the man-to-man beater. Puka, they put in opportunities to beat these zone defenses, and it changes from week to week. It changes from week to, and it was a beautiful experience for me to hear Thor talk about that.
And I think the NFL too has shifted where like there are a lot more coaches, and part of this is and you hate to be cliche and say the Shanahan coaching tree, but part of it is like part of what that Shanahan style offense does is exploit matchups week to week, which for a long time, it was coaches coming in and be like, this is what I do.
This is what
beat it. And
that's going away, thank God.
That's
going away a little bit.
It certainly started to, and I think it will more because of the success that style offense has had. And even Belichick for a long time was that way. Like it would be very funny to watch as a Patriots fan, to watch the Patriots, because you knew that you were going to see a different team every week
Yes,
based on your opponent.
exactly. I think Belichick, he was the pioneer of this shit.
Yeah.
He was drafted a bunch of running backs and tight ends when everybody was drafting fast players, because he saw the change. He was able to forecast, kind of, right?
Yeah, it's a pendulum, and if
Yep.
you get out in front of it, you're going to have a couple years where like you're kind of with the field, but then you're going to have a stretch where you're ahead of the field, and then when the field starts to catch up, you go back the other way. And so like it really, to me, is interesting. There's so much, like, we get so caught up in like fantasy, but there's so much like outside of the
Yes.
periphery of fantasy. And like
Dude.
that's my whole thing is the, like, again, psychology. And I always say that, I don't know if you're familiar with Leo Pasiga.
No.
So you need to follow Leo Pasiga.
Okay.
And I saw earlier, I gotta scroll back because I saw somebody say, this is tremendous radio. Oh, Space Ghost Force said, can I plug another under the radar rookie analyst, Angelo FF and Angelo_fantasy? Absolutely. Angelo's great. And like he's not under the radar anymore, but he shouldn't be. He's awesome. But Leo Pasiga, who is Siga_FF, is like OG, like DLF from like before I even started. He is incredible, but he's another one of those guys who does a lot with the psychological aspect of it. He does a lot with, he was the notebook guy. So he keeps notebooks on his leagues.
Notebooks on his leagues.
Yeah.
Right.
And so I started doing that. So like I always kind of joke. There's a line in a song that I like, and I always tell him, I said, I'm just a ghost of a trace of a pale imitation of Leo. Like that's my whole fantasy football persona is kind of built on Leo's shoulders. And so he kind of goes league specific. I love behavioral economy and Daniel Kahneman, and like everybody goes game theory, and I'm like, no, because game theory is based on rationality.
Yes, we're also rational,
but no, yeah,
we're irrational.
And so, like behavioral economy, and there's a guy who just recently passed away named Daniel Kahneman, who actually won a Nobel Prize for behavioral economy. But like so much of what he talks about is so applicable to dynasty and being in your league, and especially in rookie season where you get rookie fever and you get all of this. It's fantastic. I love it.
Knowing people. It's about
absolutely.
It's a lot of people liken this stuff to poker.
Yeah,
because it's just about knowing the people at your table.
Yep.
The advantage we have is we get more than a couple hours at a table with these people.
Exactly.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, you get to make a notebook if you'd like.
Yeah, and you get the same people, or a lot of the same people. If you're in a good dynasty league, you got a lot of the same people year over year.
Yep.
You see people kind of morph and shift and try to, when they listen to that. And that's the other thing. Like you talked about listening to Scott Fish and Charch and Thor, or listening to Player Profiler, or like if I know who you're listening to, or listening to Scott Connor Shane, if I know who you're listening to,
you can manipulate.
I can counter that. And so it's there's so much more to this game than just like, I think Jaden Daniels is good.
Yeah.
There's so much, because everybody's got that. Everybody's got the analysis, everybody's got the ADP, everybody's got the information, all of that. I mean, if you want to go look at Peter Howard's spreadsheets, you can go to his Patreon, pay $1 a month, and have all the information that Peter Howard's got.
Yep.
But if you don't know how to translate that to the people and to the league, then you're missing out on this whole other world.
The dynamics are vast. It's so, again, I've fallen in love with the whole thing. The whole thing. I have fallen in love with the whole thing. It's just beautiful. Where's Russ?
There's Tommy.
I wanted to give away some Do we have some people in the chat that are already in SFB? I want to give away some Avies.
Yes, I don't have control over that. So
No,
we
you
either have to
don't.
we have to get Bob or oh, it's Silent Bob.
I heard you talking about who you listen to. So Zach really has to look very far to figure out who I'm going to draft for rookies. It's straight from Zach's list.
Sure.
Let's see. How many people in the chat?
Yeah, how many
21?
people are in the chat? I want to give away some Avies, Bob.
Okay. Let's see. I do not have Russ's tool. I might be able to find Russ's tool in the drive. But we will try. How many in? Let's see. I see one name. 2. This guy's in. Hep might make the Avies.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I can do a randomizer. We'll figure something out.
I'd like to give away 3.
So have him write something in the chat.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to. Put 'em in.
Greggles. Got to spell it right too. Greggles in the chat.
There. I know that there is a duck randomizer that Scott's been using.
Yeah. I'm kind of excited that there's only like 20 people here because we can do something fun, right?
Absolutely. We can do whatever we want. Did Corum get picked yet?
No. Niners pick is in though.
What number are they?
This is 32 in the second round, so 64 overall. This
64
is it,
overall.
Bob.
Yeah, and it's not going to be the Niners.
I mean,
No.
you never know. They could be in the market. Replace CMC with the next month. No, maybe not.
Well, I mean, it is the Atlanta template.
Very true. It's very true. I got to look. I think I missed a few picks.
It was a lot of defense toward the end of the round.
Yeah, I know.
I think after Senate, it was all defense.
Oh, yeah.
So, well, offensive tackle, but
Safety, cornerback, offensive tackle. Yeah. Hi, Bob. What have you been up to?
Fighting with my children? Trying to get them to go sleep.
Well, we missed you.
Yes.
I bet your Russ is doing the same thing right now.
Probably.
Yep.
Probably. My kids wanted to stay up, watch a movie, and they've been going all day, and they've got lots to do tomorrow. So it was time to go to bed, and they did not agree.
Time to be daddy.
So I don't know where this duck randomizer is. So that's out.
Oh, Bob, you can do whatever you want, really.
I'm looking for it. Oh yeah,
Where's Scott tonight? Is Scott not joining us tonight?
No.
Has he been
Scott was not going to join tonight. So let's see how. 12.
I'm giving away some Avies, Alan. Some SFB Avies. So if you're in SFB, type Greggles in the chat.
We got it. Now we can start adding people's names. Yes, Scott.
Hey, Dave.
So did Corum get picked?
I don't believe so.
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
Niners pick is in.
Yeah.
It's still in. It's a long walk.
Yeah, they haven't announced anything yet.
I just want to write. Is that? Yeah, it does say Newman. Newman.
This is not going to be a running back.
No, I think it's a corner.
Are you scrolling your Twitter? Yeah.
Nope. No, I got the PFF can't block me on TV. I got their stream.
Like, what are you actually seeing on their stream? Just talking?
No, it's a right now. I
Is
got
it actually.
I got a guy playing corner. Yeah, we got some highlights of a cornerback from somewhere, Florida State,
Yep.
maybe.
You're ahead of me. Renardo Green, Florida State.
See, PFF Steve's got it all.
Fucking
How can
A,
you beat
guys.
it?
Fuck. Can't.
All right.
Does everyone?
I think I got.
So
we got 5.
I
more
like
to
this.
go.
FF Doormat. Does everyone have 6 different league chat apps? We need to come together and just choose one. I ignore everything that's not on Twitter.
I ignore
That's-
everything.
That's one step above me. I just ignore everything. You know, I was gonna say.
Oh,
I
no,
love
you
it.
don't. You're so full
No.
of it.
I really don't. I really don't.
No, you
I really
don't.
But by the way, it's weird. My son Ian is over here.
Hey,
It's-
Ian.
Sometimes it's weird hanging with Ian, watching the draft and stuff, because I'm very offensive minded, and I think a lot of us are in the fantasy industry. He is so defensive minded. His favorite player is Sauce Gardner. Like, he's like got such a defensive side brain that like in the last round, like 3 of the defensive players that went, she's like, that is a steal. Like, he's like, and
See,
I'm
we-
like, I know that name.
We needed Ian for like the last hour and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sometimes I'm just really impressed the level of defensive knowledge he knows over
Yeah.
there. It's
Oh, come on. We had some good stuff in the last hour and a half. We
I
went
mean,
deep.
we
went deep.
was
we-
certainly
we-
not about
we
defensive
talked
players. though.
love. We talked love. We talked change.
We did.
We talked about how the Scott Fish Bowl is it's done for us. We had a good hour and a half.
We did. We did.
that's good. I'm glad you guys had some fun. Sounds like some good conversations. Some awesome stuff.
Yeah, I'm not
Wait,
Yeah, it was.
did this actually happen?
Yeah.
That was absolute magic if it happens, because I literally you guys saw me when I popped in. It was like 2 seconds ago. So.
Yes, I was just like, "Where is Scott popping in tonight?" Or
Yeah. My youngest has been running at 103, 104 temp, and we had to take him to the emergency room, and we're hydrating him now. So, yeah. But
well, I don't want to take you away or anything.
Yeah.
But I'm going to give away some Avies. So
you're giving away Abby's?
yeah,
Have you given
Yeah.
away the SFB spot to the chat on this live stream yet?
We
we haven't given
haven't.
away anything.
We haven't.
Wow.
We haven't.
It's night 2. It feels like you need to do that at some point.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, with most of the people that are watching, they
There were a lot of
they're already in.
hopefuls.
So there's a
No,
couple
there
of
were-
hopefuls in there.
Greg, did you already book your Vegas trip?
We booked flights, and I'm waiting to win the Circa prize on the 1st. And
Nice.
when we don't win, then we're gonna book. Sarah's constantly looking at it, so
I was just so you know, in case you don't know, we have discounted rooms at Circa, like
Yep.
our group.
yep.
Okay.
I got all the discount sites,
Yeah.
but I'm expecting to win.
Yeah, of course. We really lucked out on some of these drafts, like the Vegas draft. Now the Conor McGregor fight is that night, so we can hang out at
Hang
St.
out.
Louis and watch the Conor McGregor
Scott.
fight on the big screens.
We're gonna party.
Yeah,
Scott.
it's
We're
gonna
not
be
gonna
fun.
hang out. We're going to party.
I mean, it's in Vegas. We could probably
It's
actually just go
McGregor
to it.
weekend, dude. It's going to be madness. Madness.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. I'm excited. I'm excited.
I can't wait. Sarah's so excited. She's already looking up sushi restaurants. And
When do you guys fly in and fly out?
we don't arrive. What, baby?
Friday to Tuesday.
Yeah, but what time Friday?
7:20.
We arrive Friday at 7 p.m. So we're gonna
Oh, really late.
miss dinner. But
Oh,
I'm hoping to hook up at the that bar that they're going to after.
Legacy Bar, yeah. I come in Friday morning. I was like, I wonder if we'll be on the same flight.
No, we won't arrive till late. So I'm gonna miss dinner.
That's
I hate to miss it, but I'm hoping that we can get to Walgreens, get some water, get some seltzers, then get up to that Sky Bar
yeah,
and hang out. If that's where you'll be. That's our plan right now.
yeah. That'd be good. That'd be
And
good.
then-
I'm excited.
Man, oh man, we got a whole day of drafts and fights.
I know. It's gonna be a fun time. It's live drafts in SFB are awesome. So if you're in the chat and you're not doing a live draft, you should try to this year or next year because they're awesome.
Please go to
Yeah.
a live draft.
Yeah.
Even if you're not drafting, go to a live draft.
it's fun, man.
It's-
like I have a home league, so like my home league gives me that live draft experience, but I still go to just hang out at the other live drafts.
Yeah.
How are we doing this, Bob? Top 3 get an Avi?
Unless they're not in SFB. Is that what we go with, Scott?
Well,
You know, I'm out on this. You guys can decide any way you want to do it.
I'm
Let's-
hoping
let's let Greg
that
and
everybody
Scott figure out how to give it away and let them give it
No,
away.
but
We give away-
I'm saying
we give these
we'll-
away all the time, Bob.
we'll give 3 Avies away
Oh boy.
and a golden ticket. So
Oh,
the
boy.
first person that finishes that is not in SFB is in.
Are
Okay.
any of you guys wrestling fans?
yes.
My son and I watched WrestleMania together, and we have now watched Raw, every single Raw and SmackDown since. And he got WWE 2K24 on his Xbox yesterday,
Makes it
today,
feel a
yesterday,
little
something like
longer.
that. Yeah, I've created a monster over here. But I watched wrestling with my brother when I was a kid all the time. We'd recreate matches like in our living room and on couch cushions and stuff. And I'm kind of happy it's going this way.
Yeah. I've recently got back into it.
Oh,
Yeah.
wrong one.
It's
Ready?
fun. Fun entertainment.
I
Loves
feel like
his
I should
buttons.
just let the games begin. I'm sorry.
Oh, I see. I missed that one up because I didn't know there was one more thing. Bosch wouldn't have missed that one. Let's knock you down a little bit there.
Bob, you're okay.
Malachi Corley to the Jets
Wow.
All right, now we can.
at 65.
So,
There we
I
go.
mean, all you guys, well, maybe Greg feels a little bit younger than us, Zach and Bob, but is it weird watching, like sometimes watching these guys come on stage to do this in the second and third round every year? Like they're all gray and older, and I'm like, I remember watching you play.
Well, this draft class makes me like you got Frank Gore Jr., you've got Marvin
Yeah.
Harrison Jr., you've got
Yeah.
Jerry Rice's son.
Jerry Rice's kid.
Brendan
Oh my
Rice. Yeah,
goodness.
Brendan Rice. Yeah.
What like what's going on?
Man, I really appreciate you saying I feel younger.
We put a question in the draft contest, the Reddit draft contest, regarding those three players.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, we're at the 50.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. You know I'm 43 years old, right?
Zach, is Dylan Lobb going to go tonight, or do you think he's tomorrow?
I think he's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
I think he's tomorrow too, but I think he's going to be a steal where he goes.
He's such a fun play, like such a good pass catcher. It's so much fun.
I will be drafting him in every draft.
Yeah.
Every rookie draft I have, I will have Dylan Love.
I still want to see what happens
Lobby?
with Ray Davis. Like he's been like my guy in this as a running back. But
I thought this would be one of those drafts like the 2014 draft where you don't get a running back till 48 tonight? And
Yeah.
same in 2014, you didn't get Bishop Sankey until about then. And then, oh man, Greg reacted.
The second and third were close.
Trey Benson.
And I felt like a bunch of running backs would go like 50 to 120. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But hasn't quite happened yet.
Well, no, but Trey Benson just went off to
Okay.
Arizona.
We're still
What?
racing. Hold on. Who's trying to
We got
finish?
like two.
Newman, you can do it.
To
Newman.
Arizona? I kind of
Yep.
love that.
Newman still hasn't
I
finished.
kind of love that.
Come on, Newman.
That's a
Come on,
that's a
Newman.
good spot for him.
I love that. I
Yeah.
love that spot.
All right, let's see. Did K-State?
Woo!
I think K-State actually needed an SFB ticket, but
Shut up, really?
a real name here.
Bob, how much would it cost to send Kenny Hill jerseys to every live drafter?
Probably about 2K.
Okay.
Kenny 2K.
Kenny,
Every live drafter?
We're gonna need K-State to
there's like
DM.
400 live
jerseys.
drafters.
Those are cheap ass jerseys.
K-State's gonna have to send a message to the Fantasy Cares account somehow, or let us know your name here in the chat so we can look you up on the.
Yes.
Bob, how big would it be if someday we were able to get Kenny Hill to come on the live stream?
Oh, I bet we could.
I think there's a chance.
I think we show him the clip and he's in.
Fantasy Cares legend Kenny Hill.
And Wild Rose was in for a ticket, but said they had already won an avatar.
Oh no.
So we moved down to Space Ghost.
Yep.
Space Ghost. Let's see, where's Space Ghost? Is it Avatar? So we need Space Ghost, Gil. And
Can someone reach out to K-State and Kenny Hill to see if we can get 1,200 signed jerseys donated?
I think it's a TCU jersey, isn't it?
I don't know what this means. How many dots this year? I need clarification.
With that Tostitos hint of lime flavor hits, it changes things. It takes your snack game up a notch. With a tangy, zesty crunch that's ready
All
to
right,
dip.
so we got
Tostitos.
the top racers were all racing for the
Yeah, all
SFB ticket.
three. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shut up, really?
And
Oh, how many spots are going to be in the SFB is what?
Oh, Yeah, that's pretty much the last thing I decide every year. I'm gonna guess somewhere in the 4,000 range. That's just a ballpark guess.
That's what I figured. 4,200.
Yeah,
That's my guess.
I know that like 4,008 is divisible by 12 or whatever. So that's I would say minimum 3,600, likely 4,008. But we'll see.
32 is divisible too.
Yeah, no, yeah, we're going over that. We've already invited 2,100 people. I mean, we got to invite more people. Lots of people want in, man. We're at 42,628 signups.
Holy
That's
shit.
awesome.
So
That's awesome.
So even at a 1 in 10 chance, that's what 4,200 people. So
Hey, Bob, are these the winners?
Yeah, I'll get you the real names later.
It still just it blows my mind, Scott, to like go from being in a satellite for 480 and see 480 just blew my mind that there were 480 people in a fantasy football tournament. It was awesome. And then to see where it is now,
yeah,
it's awesome.
Tell me about it. Yeah, I remember the days when I had to beg people to play. I remember the days when I had to push chair. I remember going on a show, and I'll never reveal who this was, but I used to tag every show with, and if you're able, try to convince your league to give one entry fee to charity. And I legitimately had a host push back on it. Yeah, but you're taking away from the pot and stuff. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I'll never reveal who that was because I don't feel that's fair. But because you don't want to reveal something like that for who someone was 8 years ago. You know what I mean? They're probably not that guy now. But I remember the year that I filled SFB completely and we had 20 backups. And then we ran through those 20 backups, and I was scrambling to find people to fill the final spots. And now it's just absurd.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Well, it's just such a testament to the
Thanks,
the
Bob.
community. It's it's awesome.
Yeah. It's every bit the community. I've now won 3 awards. And every time I'm like, it's the community's award. It's not I know my name's on it. It's dumb because it's the community.
No, but it needed to be galvanized though. It needed a direction that. It's like potential energy versus kinetic energy. It's it was there, but it wasn't going in a direction until it had a direction. And now it's just kind of inertia and it's
we
huge.
talked about
awesome.
it earlier. We're all swimming in the same direction.
That's the one. Bob didn't like that though. I don't know. He didn't like my metaphor.
Oh, come on.
You're swimming.
I'll swim.
I don't know. Is K-State, is he even signed up?
I'm up here.
That would be unfortunate.
Isaac's coming back on.
We are honored champions working to fight the rising king.
What are you seeing, Bob? What are you seeing?
I'm looking to see if K-State had signed up.
If who signed up?
K-State.
Well, I mean,
He says yes.
we need more
Okay.
info, K-State, to look you up.
I got it. I'm there now.
Okay.
There we go.
I like a whole lot of things about this player. I'm going to struggle to say anything bad about him. I thought his tape was as good as this much more heralded left tackle in old fashioned 6'4", 314 pounds, 34-inch arms.
There we go. The Patriots finally drafted an offensive lineman.
Good flexibility. He can go back and
I'm gonna see you, right? I don't. I honestly, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Aram. You're Vegas Live, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. You're Vegas Live. We're gonna.
Yeah, he says Vegas Live.
in about a month. Oh, he did say it. Yeah.
Yep. K-State is all set.
What you have to say right now, that Elliot Wolf is doing nice work again. A lot of these GMs are on paper only. I get it.
Wow. Patriots have drafted three players tonight. 19 more starters to go.
Oh,
Beautiful.
man.
I'm joking, Zach.
I
joking.
know, but there's an edge of truth to it. Although we did have some Kendrick Bourne love back way at the very beginning of the show in the chat, not from me, but
Hey, I'm a fan of Demario Davis. So
yes, Douglas, yeah,
Douglas, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
But also the Chargers who stuck with me during my battle with Crohn's disease, my ostomy surgery, and allowed me to play 10 years. So for all my teammates, my coaches, thank you very much for all you've done for us.
I mean, we got 5 McGonagall. I mean, like the numbers show we're gonna get 2 comp thirds. So
No.
Yes. Yep.
I know I feel like the Vikings
No Blake Corum.
the Vikings specifically played fast and loose with next year's pick, knowing they were getting 2/3.
yep.
Of course, it's a Michigan player.
It's actually brilliant.
A Michigan player, though. Ian quickly jumped up with that one.
I heard it.
Yeah. He knew who it was the second it happened.
Yeah. I have no idea who that is, Ian. But I
Ian
appreciate
does. I have to read the stats on the screen.
That's the one nice thing about not having Belichick in the mix as a drafter this year is I'm not as worried about not having like notes on a player that gets drafted because he's going to take somebody that's like a rugby only player
Yeah.
or
crazy
or
pick
yeah
that you have to research.
yeah
That's a 7th rounder projected.
yeah.
I think for me, it's a big relief. Bill Belichick is out of the league. Man. I can't wait to see what you're a Patriots fan, right?
Yes.
I can't wait to see. I get that Tom Brady was successful for you for a long time, but this new chapter of the Patriots is going to be fun.
I am still dubious, but we'll see.
Of course you are. You had Bill Belichick and Tom Brady for 20 years.
No. A lot of Patriots fans are excited. I've been tagged in Twitter threads and in DMs, and like a lot of people are excited about it. And I'm like, it just feels like everything was mishandled from the transition from Brady and the transition from Belichick. It's just
Fresh starts are fun. They're just fun. Like there's a sense of hope with it.
but it's not as fresh a start as I want. Like I want the fresh start. But
Oh,
it's
you want
not-
it clean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's go a completely different direction.
Yeah.
I was actually excited when they were interviewing Zach Robinson. I was like, all right, this is a different offense. Like let's do something, completely outside of.
different. Yes.
But
yeah, it's all in-house shit. I get it. Yeah.
I don't know if I've told you this, Zach, before, but like right when I got into fantasy and stuff, I was big on the Patriots. I was a Bledsoe fan. I was a Ben Coates fan. Ben Coates was my dude. Terry Glenn, I drafted him as coming out of college. I loved Terry Glenn. I loved Terry Glenn so much, man. Like those were my years.
Yeah.
Ben Coates, man. Ben Coates.
Oh, he was
great
amazing.
When you need a tight end back then, because touchdowns matter. Like it was like Mark Chmura, like Ben Coates, like guys like that. You're like, because I was touchdown only in the early to mid 90s. So you need those touchdowns.
Yep.
We may have a Ben Coates jersey to give away at Boston Live.
No, we don't. we have a Ben Coates jersey that is being transferred ownership at Boston Live.
Where'd Bob go?
Yeah, where is Bob? He's got like I see his chair, but he's talking, but I don't know.
He's got to send me winners for this ad giveaway.
He's working on the winners. I'm gonna have to drop off in a second here. So
I know you. Well, I didn't even expect you to be here.
Yeah.
I'm just.
yeah, I
enjoying
didn't
the
either,
present.
but we got home. My little one's
Yeah.
resting, and my
Never
big
fun.
one apparently is having an impromptu sleepover now. They're playing air hockey downstairs. I can hear them. So
Who won the Madden tournament yesterday?
I have no idea. It's those kids are awesome. They pull down my whiteboard and they make a bracket and then they play it out. And
What's that, Bob?
like that's the kind of stuff we all did, you know? Like it's good to see that still is a thing.
Yeah.
Yes, it's heartening to see that kids are still playing video games together, like for real together. You know?
Well, yeah. Video games, yeah, especially that because they do play online. So
Yeah,
like,
but for
it
real
is
together,
nice
for
that they
real
get-
together is important. It was
Right.
always
getting
important
together
when I was growing
paired
up.
with the
Yeah.
make believe bracket that they've made up and having a tournament is that really brings me back to my youth. I remember so many Street Fighter 2 Turbo tournaments in my youth, that Mortal Kombat tournaments. Oh
Yep.
man,
Duck Hunt. I had Duck
yeah,
Hunt tournaments.
all of them.
So we used to Tecmo, but you didn't want to be the guy going right
Are you
to
giving
left
that away,
because
Bob?
you always
Are you giving
always
that
played
away?
left to right.
It is for Boston Live.
Oh, the code,
No.
that's the coats.
Then I hate you.
All right, I'm gonna head out, guys.
Thank you,
Good night,
Scott.
I'm
Scott.
gonna get that jersey later, but
Yeah.
good to see you. Keep it going. Loving this.
Well, it's beautiful, Bob.
No, I mean, how can you go wrong with Ben Winter coats?
I can't, and I wanted that jersey you were wearing the other night. I was pissed that I didn't win that jersey you were wearing the other night.
Well, good thing I might have another one.
Well, of course you did. I don't think you'd have given it away off your back if you didn't have.
Oh no, that one's gone.
But you have a replica, right? You have
I might have, when I got it, I might have got more than one.
yeah.
Usually, I don't just buy one of something.
It sounds like it. The way that Outhouse was talking earlier, you sent me like 4 jerseys.
4,
4?
closer to 400.
My favorite was the day that you sent him a box, and then he sends me a picture of the 4 boxes that showed up.
Yeah, I said, "Oh, Russ, I sent you a package." I didn't tell him how many boxes it was, and it was like 4 like 30-pounders.
Yeah.
Are you
I had one that looked like a coffin. I had one that literally was probably about 4 feet long, and I thought about packing that and sending it to him. But they told me it was going to be like $200 to ship because of the size of it.
Oh, I forgot we got comp picks in the third. This so we're going to all the way to 37 in this round.
Shut up, really?
Yeah.
All right.
The old
Third round comps.
The old third round comp. So we
Third round
got we got the Jags, the Bengals, the Steelers, the Rams, and Washington Commanders with comp picks at the end of the round.
All right. Well, no Blake Corum yet, right?
No, but I think
I don't wanna
yeah,
talk about it.
I think it needed to be the second. I think.
Uh,
Well, you could still Charger, right?
Charger or Giants? Yeah,
Yeah.
That could happen.
that could. Yeah,
I love that Bob's a betting man.
it's more just recreational, just whatever.
It makes
Well,
everything more fun, Bob. It just makes everything that you're interested in more fun.
Yeah,
would have- It would have to
doesn't
be
matter what round.
It would have to be a trade back in. Well, it doesn't matter what round. So any round. So not even the third. I was going to say it would have to be a trade back in for tonight because the Chargers and Giants are done for the evening. But
I won something. I don't know. Oh. Okay.
did you see Bob? Did you see Trey Benson to Arizona?
I did not.
Yeah,
so
so-
like Corum's not even like a thing anymore.
Oh
No.
no, he's still there. We're still all right, but he's not.
Yeah.
He's like the
one-
5th running back off the board.
There
Yep.
are only been 2. We got Brooks and Benson.
Brooks and Benson. Yep. What I figured.
The Cowboys still probably take one.
Cowboys have another pick in this round.
Yeah, they're have they haven't picked their 9th. They're picked
They haven't picked
73.
their third. Yeah, 73. They're next.
Although somebody probably knows who they picked already, and then they've got 87 also. So
Yeah,
the 24th pick. Yep.
Yeah, they're next. It's got to be a running back, right, you guys? It's got to be a running back now. It's got to be.
yeah, that Jim is probably right with Corum.
gotta
or
be.
Braylon Allen.
Blake Corum is going to be the 1-8 in Superflex leagues.
Braylon Allen actually probably fits a little better with what I say with what the Cowboys do, but with what the Cowboys need.
You're
Like
giving me a 40.
they shifted with that Pollard with the smaller like spacey back, and it didn't
work too
really
well.
do what they
Yeah.
wanted it to.
Yeah.
And so
Maybe
it
there's-
wouldn't.
Maybe
it
there's
wouldn't-
something for a guy to dive forward for 5 yards every play.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me for them to
Yeah.
pivot back. And I actually like Braylon Allen. It's really
I'm a
funny because
Wisconsin. Hey man, I'm a Wisconsin boy. You don't have to talk to
No,
me
no.
about Braylon Allen, man.
but I hear a lot of people
Yeah.
call him bursty, and I don't think he's bursty. He's got really good long speed, but I don't think he's like quick long speed. I think he's like he gets that hole and he build up and goes. But I didn't see him be to the line of scrimmage quick. Like he's after the line of scrimmage. Oh, like he rumbles, and I like that type of runner. So
I've heard AJ Dillon comps.
I know. So
I don't see that.
no,
but-
to me, AJ Dillon turned like a bathtub. Like
Oh,
that was my AJ Dillon, and I don't see that with Braylon Allen. But I also think like he was my 5 out of the top 5 backs, but there's not a lot of not a lot of space between them.
right.
But like love it, like really good patience. Like love that. I like that he's like physical without actually going out of his way to try to initiate contact.
Physical, sure.
Yeah, which is
But,
like
but people are talking about like that's a detriment. Like he's trying to
But
be LaDainian Tomlinson when he's
no. So I don't want my running backs in the NFL to go actively seek out unless you're Derrick Henry. And even Derrick Henry, you don't want him seeking out contact. Like you want him to be able to
Aren't we
put
trying
someone
to dodge harm here.
Yeah.
Isn't that the goal?
Yeah, like you want to be able to
Hard
put
to
someone
see
on their
it, but-
rear end, but also, maintain contact balance and continue running. Like that's an interest. Oh, Dallas took a guard.
Mm-hmm.
K-State, Cooper Beebe.
That's why I didn't celebrate.
Yeah. But the Falcons are back on the board.
Well, they could do something stupid.
Well, it's been their MO.
Could you imagine Blake Corum in the backfield with Bijan Robinson?
I mean, they really should go tight end, right?
Edge rusher. Bralin Trice. Washington.
I mean, you got 2 quarterbacks, you get 2 tight ends. They must be splitting the team.
Well, just go every other series so you don't get tired.
Yeah, it could be. It could. They fresh legs, right?
Yep.
Could you imagine a package just for Penix? I mean, could you imagine?
You'd have to flip it. He's left-handed, so you got everything running backwards. It's wild.
Frank, are the Giants going to take him? Are the Giants going to take Corum?
I hope not.
No, no, they're not. No.
Singletary, they appear to like, and he seems to be able to maintain a workload, but they definitely need some help behind him. I don't think Eric Gray is the big answer.
I like Eric Gray.
I did too, but I don't think he's a guy who can handle it by himself.
No. But I'm not sure Singletary is either. And I think he's good. But it was interesting.
Fantasy.
It was interesting to watch Singletary coming out, because you looked at him and he's smaller and you expected him to be like a outside the tackle space guy, and he's not. He's so much better between the tackles, and I think you could do something with that combo of him kind of being with and getting Gray out in space. I think Gray's a good pass catcher. So I mean, I don't hate what their backfield looks like. It's obviously different than having Saquon, who's everything in one.
Right.
But
I mean, I don't know who else in this draft is still left that can kind of do that. I mean, I've been kind of watching from the side. So Benson went to Arizona, and then Brooks went to Vegas.
No, Brooks went to
Carolina. Right.
Carolina.
So, sorry. Yes. Yeah.
So, but yeah, I still like, there are a couple of running backs in this class that maybe aren't getting the hype, but that I like and think can be, feature backs, but probably won't be to start. Where I like Marshawn Lloyd that way. I think he's pretty good.
He's a big dude though, isn't he? He's a bigger back.
I can pull that up, but I don't think he was especially big. But a good runner, maybe not quite as good a pass catcher as you'd want. And then I also like Rasheen Ali, who's going to go much later, but somebody's going to get a steal with him.
Yeah.
Where he ran for 1,400 yards as a sophomore.
Mm-hmm.
His junior year, he took time away from the team, personal time, came back, and then was really good again.
Right.
And then got injured at the Senior Bowl, tore a biceps at the Senior Bowl. And so, I think he's kind of flying under the radar. And yeah, Space Ghost, you're right. Ray Davis is another one that can kind of do everything.
What about Estime?
Nah,
Estime's kind of a power back, right?
Yeah.
He's not really. Yeah.
I didn't like Estime as much as a lot of people did.
Yeah.
But again, I'm fully willing to be wrong. I would rather be wrong when I have a player that I don't like. I'm much happier being wrong and having them be successful.
Right.
But yeah, he was more of a between the tackles guy. Kamani Vidal, I like, who's he was a smaller school back, but could do basically everything that I look for. But that's my next tier. So my tier, I got Corum Benson, Ray Davis, Braylon Allen, and Brooks up at the top. And this is
great
for fantasy. I mean, and then my tier below that is Lloyd and Irving and Rasheen Ali and Vidal. So probably not where they go in the NFL draft, but guys that I'm interested in seeing where they land.
Yeah. I was catching up on everything. So McConkey can clearly run block or something, right? And that's why the
Yes.
Chargers took him. Yeah.
I mean, he can.
Yeah.
He
That
certainly
had to
can.
be why. Yeah.
That's an interesting. It's funny because so many people I've heard talk about him as a slot receiver.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what he did.
No,
He's not
he was-
really.
yeah.
He was utilized far more out, split out wide. And,
Yeah.
but it'll be interesting to see how they use him and whether or not that means that they will be able to bring Quentin Johnston in
Mhm.
more, which I think he will be more successful in that
Right.
role.
McConkey feels like, the Z in that system, right? The guy who's
Yeah.
going to line up strong side run the whole time and just be
Yep.
the guy who can lead or
Yep.
be the option guy. Yep.
Yep.
And then what was the other one? Mitchell to Indianapolis was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a AD Mitchell guy, so
Yeah, I know.
it's fine. And so you put a guy who's a contested catch receiver with a quarterback who doesn't really throw the ball very
Yeah.
well. So maybe that works.
Well, the good news is that doesn't ruin Downs. There were some
Yes.
chances Downs could get ruined, and Downs kind of
Yep.
keeps his spot now.
But
And Bears go O-line. Okay. That works.
yeah, I think probably my favorite pick so far on day 2 has been Benson to Arizona. Like I think that's my favorite.
Yeah,
out of
I
all
agree.
of the picks.
He doesn't have to play right away. He probably won't play much this year. He'll probably just be in the wings. But I think Connor's on the last year of his deal. So
Yeah.
and then Brooks, probably the same thing, right? Chuba's going to play all year this year, and then you have him for next year. I'm trying
Yeah.
to make sure I didn't miss any. Of course, the Eagles get DeJean. Of course they do.
That's what I
like
said.
the most Eagles. That's like the most Eagles pick ever.
The NFL continues to let the Eagles and the Chiefs just get
I know, it's
players.
crazy.
wild.
Yeah. Seems like it's been kind of. Oh, what do you think of Corley? He fits in that a little
I
bit.
mean,
He doesn't have to be the one.
It's fine. But I don't think like fantasy wise, it's kind of a shrug to me.
Yeah,
because
right.
if that offense works well, there's going to be a lot for Brees Hall. There's going to be it's not going to be funneled through Corley. Like that's just
No,
not
of
where
course not.
we're. That's
Right.
not where we're headed. And so it's fine, but it's not as enticing, as exciting as it could have been.
Right.
But
I like it from an NFL perspective, though.
Oh,
He
yeah.
definitely fits as a do it all kind of guy in that offense.
I'm finally excited about a Patriots pick though, where they took an offensive lineman like that. I'm happy about that.
Yeah.
But
Nice. So I'm trying to see if there's any more spots that are like some big players. Troy Franklin is still undrafted, huh?
Yep.
That seems like a fall.
I mean, it is from the kind of the hype.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't surprise me. I had him right around Corley, so
Mhm.
to have Corley go like that doesn't surprise me.
Right.
Although again, like what I do for rankings and what the NFL does are two totally different things, as referenced and illustrated by the fact that I'm 351st in the draft contest. But a lot of that was because I wanted I wanted Bowers to be drafted highly, and I
Me too.
also put May as the second pick, trying to will into existence Jaden Daniels to the Patriots. So
Yeah.
I missed out.
Yeah,
on
I tried to be different. That I'm pretty low on that too. I'm like 250 or something.
I wasn't even trying to be different. I just was trying to will into
Yeah.
existence the Jaden Daniels, and so I missed out on 10 points right there.
Yeah.
You can't still be that low.
I don't know. I haven't looked, but that was Coop tweeted that out. who's running the Reddit side of the contest, tweeted out that I was 351st out of 359 today, and I was like, "That's true."
You've improved through this night.
But
I'm positive.
I mean, it's true that I'm there, but I also, again, I hit the 5. My top 5 receivers were the first 5 receivers off the board, which I feel like from February is a pretty good like snipe.
I'm impressed by it. I don't get it. I don't know where you were coming from with it, and I love it. I don't get it.
Oh, I watched way too much of like
Film. Yes.
from November to up until last week. So November to April. Too much.
Did you change your opinion between February and now though? I mean,
no.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't had any, like this is the event that would possibly change opinions. Like the NFL, I love the way Peter Howard puts it. It's a little bit off color, but the NFL loves the smell of their own farts. And so draft capital tells us so much because A, they get a lot right.
Yep.
And so they draft good players, but B, they also get so entrenched with the players that they spend draft capital on that they hate to see them fail and continue to play them. And so draft capital tells us so much for success in terms of fantasy football, because so much of fantasy football is opportunity and volume.
And you're talking in picks and what goes into these picks, and you're talking ego. It's a lot of ego.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's almost impossible. Like, and I struggle with this every year I do evaluations, because the way necessarily watching film is subjective,
right?
And so to try as much as possible to make a subjective process objective is a really hard thing, and it's really hard not to like fall in love with play. Like, I'm so guilty of Rondell Moore. Like, I loved Rondell Moore, and I'm like, I don't know how he fits in the NFL, but he's so good, and somebody needs to figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay. So we talked a lot about thinking differently, right?
Yeah.
So what if we stop, not like totally stop evaluating the players and start evaluating the people that are evaluating these players?
Yeah.
We all have opinions that are mostly right. They often come out as this fantasy football sphere I've been in is mostly right about these players early.
Yeah.
But a lot of these people that are making the decisions that are actually putting the players on the field are not making the right decisions. So how about we start evaluating, like we talked about earlier, dynasty football isn't necessarily about the players. It's about the players you play with. It's about the people in your leagues. So maybe we should start evaluating not these players themselves, but the people that are actually drafting them to their teams. And what a sad state it would be to change dynasty football into evaluating GM.
Well, Puka is literally the embodiment of what you just talked about, right? I mean, like, there were people who didn't like Puka last year in the process, and McVay liked him and took him, and granted that's a bit of an outlier, but Puka is that. I mean, he fit a need, and granted we all fell for every McVay, Van Jefferson, and we fell for that as well, and there's two sides to this, but to your point, that's what Puka was. We should have kind of believed in the system a little bit more.
Yep. When do we stop evaluating the players and start evaluating the people that are drafting these players for what they are and who they are and what they do?
I also think not only is it the draft, because there are so many good players that come into the NFL. Like whether they become NFL play, like good NFL players or not, there are a ton of talented players that come into the NFL. Like the level of athleticism, the level of ability is incredible. And I think the thing that it probably makes this impossible because there are so many variables involved in a player being successful. So like Puka Nacua, like I don't know how you see Puka Nacua coming. Like I literally don't know, because I didn't see him cut. Like he was fine. I didn't dislike him, but he was fine.
Right.
Same thing with Peter Howard, who's evaluating from the numbers. He was fine.
I think if Puka Nacua gets drafted into an Atlanta offense, we're not talking about Puka Nacua.
But that's it.
This is what I'm talking about.
Man. But it's so hard. It's so hard to narrow down and figure out exactly what those variables are that make a player successful or not successful. If he's not going to be successful over here in this offense. I mean, like N'Keal Harry is a prime example where I thought that N'Keal Harry was going to succeed, because I watched N'Keal Harry and I'm like, he's not the downfield player that everyone thinks he is.
Right.
Like he's okay if you're inside the 20 and throwing jump balls, he's fine.
Yeah.
But really what he did in the 80 yards between the 20s was be able to, or the 80 yards before the 20, was be able to manipulate kind of a big slot roll and catch the ball off slants and add yards after the catch. And I was like, if there's a coach in the NFL who knows how to look at a player and say, okay, this is what you do well, I want you to do this. It
Right.
was Belichick. He'd been doing that for 10 years, and he just went, now we got Edelman, so you got to play on the outside.
Yeah.
And so how do you account for that? How do you, it's so, there's just so many moving pieces. And so to me, it's a bet on talent first, which is why I do the evaluations that I do.
Right.
So it's a bet on the talent that I see, and then try to figure out, and this is this part of the program where, and yeah, like Debro is all over Puka, but like if you go back to Debro's, and I'm not to denigrate him, like Derek's awesome, but he was also all over like 8 different other guys who didn't hit, but everyone
Right.
remembers Puka.
Right.
And Puka's such an outlier that to be able to find that every year, you just can't. Like you're not going to find a 5th round wide receiver who goes in and has a fantasy impact every year.
Right.
It's not feasible.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And like Puka, I guess like the only signal, like if you went yards per team pass attempt, but like cut it to a small, like a 9-game sample size, like he popped. But you can't do that. Like you're taking a small sample size and making it smaller just so you like turn on your head and see signal, and it's like that's not.
You're squinting your eyes for it.
Yeah, and so again, like for me, and this is why I evaluate the way I do, is I go look at what I see as talent, and if I wasn't doing it, and I do it because I love it, and I started doing it back in, I started in 2015. Because there was the Orange Report and Nick Whalen did the Devy Report, and I loved those. And I was like, I can do this. Like this will be fun. I can get an edge on my league. And then I started doing it, and I'm like, oh, like I'm actually evaluating. Like I hit on Cooper Kupp. I was like, Cooper Kupp is that guy. When a lot of people were like, no, he's a compiler. And I'm like, no, I'm seeing these things. And so then you refine your process. And start seeing, things that actually make up success in the NFL for each position, and then use that as a building block. And now we have draft capital, we have landing spot, so you have coaching schemes and offensive. So like it's
goodness, we certainly have to start taking into account how these coaches are going to use these players. Yeah. My goodness. And like we talked about earlier, Zach, it's a week-to-week game. It's not only about how the offensive coaches are going to use these players, but how he's going to use these players against the defense they're going against that week.
Yeah.
And my goodness, there are so many layers to this stuff. How are you not all in love? Well, I know you all are in love with this stuff, but
Yeah.
my goodness, how are you not in love with this stuff? But I really think we have to start taking into account these coaches' intent and trying to pattern how.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt the flow. Burton just went to Cincy.
Yes. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
So now, like, that feels like the ability to move Higgins.
Isn't it getting late to move?
No,
Higgins?
Yes, but also like not even
Burton doesn't
necessarily like this year. Like Burton, and I've said this before, and it's kind of a tongue in cheek, but like he feels like Temu Drake London. Like he's like Drake London light, and again a bigger body. Maybe doesn't play the boundaries quite like Higgins does. And like that's Higgins' bread and butter is being able to hit those back shoulder throws and make those adjustments. But like that's a pretty dynamic wide receiving core.
He feels like a Boyd replacement.
Yeah,
for
now.
I guess. And then you figure out Higgins later.
Yeah.
I don't think you're mad if you're going into the season with all of those receivers.
No, definitely not. Because they don't have Boyd right now. Boyd's still a free agent.
Right. I don't think Boyd is playing for that team.
I don't think so either.
From week one. So
Cardinals could do something really fun in 2 picks and put Franklin and Harrison together and have just a full core.
Oh, well, now you're playing on my feelings.
The Rams haven't taken a wide receiver yet. Franklin could go there. There's some Franklin spots coming.
How's he? What is he dropping? Would you say?
Who,
I'd say
Franklin?
so.
I mean,
Yeah.
not for me, but for like mock drafts and like the
mocks,
the people who do drafts. Yes.
Steelers, Cowboys. There's some spots for a wide receiver. Is he the only wide receiver left? McMillan's still there. I take it you didn't like the Jalen Polk pick if your first fun Patriots pick was an offensive tackle.
Yeah, I'm not a big Polk. I mean, he's fine, but he was my wide receiver 16 in this class. So again, not that I know. I mean, not that I know anything, and that's purely fantasy. But he, I really wanted them to go offensive line in the second, and then take Tez Walker in the third. And call it good.
Yep. Oh yeah, Tez is still out there, isn't he?
Javon Baker's still out there. Tez is still out there.
Tez is going to make someone really happy.
Yeah,
that's why somebody's going to look so smart.
Yeah,
that
would have been fun. You pair Tez with Drake May.
Yes. I tried. I wanted it.
Yeah, now I want that.
Jonathan Kraft said otherwise. He's running the show. But
all right, Seahawks probably aren't going to be anything fun. It's getting late early. I mean,
I think might have 7 or 8 rookie drafts rookie auctions starting on Monday.
Oh my! I have not been checking my group chats today. I need to see if I have rookie drafts this week.
I'm just reading emails.
Yeah.
The nice thing is most of my leagues now are Russ leagues, and he spreads out his rookie drafts in his league, so he's not drafting like
I was going to say for his own sake. Yeah.
Awesome.
See, John Bosch is the opposite way. He will have them all go at the same time. No, I think he does have a few going at the same time. If not,
Seahawks go line. That's good. Good for Walker and Sherman.
let's see.
But
There's one.
the other thing you got to like kind of keep in the back of your mind is we're almost at the end of viability for wide. Like there, once you're out of the third round, the chances of a wide receiver hitting is really minimal. Running backs got a little bit more leeway there, like fourth round,
because there's
back,
injuries and stuff,
maybe,
and it's easier for running backs to get looked.
And I know you've heard me say this, but like I always think of wide receiver as an escalator.
Yeah.
So you've got people in front of you, and the Peter Howard famously, targets are earned. There are no vacated targets, and so the targets get dispersed among the talented wide receivers. And so if you come up, you're not necessarily like one for one, but a running back, the position is really more of an elevator, and so you're the next guy there. And
right.
You don't. It's not a one for one get all the touches, but you're getting the majority of the touches because you are now the running back. There's one running back on the field at a time, as opposed to receivers where you can have two or three.
Yeah.
But
Arizona just took a tight end, Tip Ryman.
Blocking
guy. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to take that back. Everyone that he is starting Monday morning, 6 a.m.
Who's that, Bosch?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you figure it out, let me know, Bosch says. That's awesome. Tell him it's in the bylaws.
No, I'm just reading the emails right now. He sent out a bunch a day ago, and I'm just catching up. I had a field trip today, and then had to write a couple of papers.
I got sucked into baseball practice today. My 8-year-old has baseball on Wednesdays and Fridays, and it was a 5:15 start. I was like, man, we're gonna be cutting it close. And it's like 16 kids on the team and only one coach. And so I was like, all right, you want a hand? Like, I can throw BP to half the team while you do whatever you're doing. So I didn't have a field trip. But I threw batting practice to 16 kids. So
no, that's your shoulder must be hurting.
I was not expecting to throw 200 pitches today. I will give you that.
You're on a pitch count for the rest of the year.
Oh no, I'm good. I can go. I'm an innings eater, Bob. You know me.
Low and slow.
Yep.
Blake Corum, Rams. Night,
That
Kyron.
does me no good. That does zero good.
Sorry, Bob.
Why is he going there?
Because Kyron can't shoulder a full workload by himself. You proved that last year.
I like Corum. I
do
don't
too.
know. I don't know if I love that spot, but I like Corum a lot, and there's some potential there.
I think he could beat Kyron by the end of this season. I think he'll be leading.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't that's the other fun thing about the fact that I've been doing this for such a long time is I can go back and look at historical, like where I've got people graded. And so yes, I'm with you. I got Corum over Kyron, but I had Kyron fairly high, and I think I had him at running back 3 in that class, but it was a down class.
Yeah. I am so happy I traded Kyron when I did. That's big. This is exactly the type of move I was scared of, with someone like this coming in and doing everything he can do but better.
I mean, it's what the Rams have done every year for the last 6 years. So
Well, we said he was going to LA, just not that one.
Yep.
So I have a question on your film study. So do you review, like, do you watch a Michigan game and watch McCarthy, Corum, Roman,
No.
all of them at the same time, or do you
No.
focus on one player at a time?
I go one at a time. And so what I do is I'll start with a position and go, and I just like often will use Travis May because he's pretty good at just being like, here is everybody who has draft interest now. And so I don't want to know anything about them. I don't want to know where they're going. I just want to know names so I can start watching. And I'll go and just start at the beginning of their career and find games that I can find. The more carries or targets, the better.
Yep.
I don't necessarily care about the statistics they put up with it, but I want to know that they're involved in games. And I'll start with the early career, move to the middle, and then go later. And it's usually because I watch between 8 to 16 games, so it's usually like 4 or 5 at the beginning of a career, and then like 4 to 6 or 7 at the end of a career. And so that's what I'll kind of do to get that body of work that I'm looking for. But I can't watch all the players in one game. Like I'm specifically focused on whoever it is that I'm watching.
Yeah. I'm laughing because speaking of Roman, he was just taken by Pittsburgh.
That's
fine.
Deontay replacement. I guess.
Doesn't ruin Pickens or anything. Yep.
No.
Fine.
They've actually low key had a pretty nice draft.
Mm-hmm. So who did they have?
A couple of offensive linemen and
a good. I like Fontenot. I watched a bunch of Washington this year. He's a good lineman too.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Pete. How you doing?
Pretty good. Yourself? Just catching up on the draft.
Yeah, it's
I just finished catching up, so you're good. We have time.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, we'll start over. Well, at number 3, they took.
Penix went 8, and
I was actually going to ask Zach. You're the biggest New England fan in the world, and you're in the room when they make the decisions. I was just wondering what you thought about the Polk pick, because I knew you didn't like him, didn't hate. You thought he was interesting based on the role he played.
He's fine, but that's not the receiver that the Patriots need to jumpstart that offense. I still think your love for Kendrick Bourne is going to pay off again for whatever it's worth. I would have rather taken the offensive lineman there, Peter, and then taken Tez Walker in the 3rd, but
seems to be a lot of that going around. Like this class could be such a difference-making class, and teams seem determined to make it basically a waste of their time. Like,
didn't we see that last year? Like 23 was going to be the picks everyone wanted, and then
we've said
Charbonnet went to Seattle, and everything went to heck. I mean,
yeah. Well, you got a fantasy and an NFL perspective there. From a fantasy perspective, frankly, most of the winning teams I saw last year were built around last year's class, so I think it was a good class to target.
Right.
But from an NFL perspective, you're right. I think the impact wasn't nearly as great if the landing spots have been slightly better from an NFL perspective, not a fantasy perspective. And this year, I kind of feel, the same thing. Like the NFL probably isn't going to feel as great about this class as it could have, or we're going to feel about it. So, I think that's an interesting comparison.
I'm learning now to go by 25 picks because no one likes that class, which means it's going to be great. So
running backs,
it means it's too late.
Yeah, it's deep at running back. It's like 9 deep at running back. Yeah,
it's too late. Like like we're a year off now. We have to go to a year extreme. Like I was trying to buy 25 picks when the 23 draft was going on. Honestly, that's about where we're at in Dynasty.
But you could have gotten 25 picks, like multiple 25 picks for 24
That's
first,
what
until now.
Yeah.
And you may
exactly.
still be like, I still think like the first round is so deep
fire.
right now in rookie drafts. It's crazy.
I think that's a good point. Part of this is we kind of knew the great stuff pretty early, and now we're bored of it. Like it's I guess Caleb's going to revolutionize that team. Great, fine. Marvin Harrison Jr. Hall of Fame, whatever. But it's boring, because we've been thinking about it for so long, and so we're thinking about these deeper picks as if they epitomize the draft when they don't. I mean, the first round went really well from a broad perspective. I think that's a good point. Sorry.
I think that's scary. I think the thing that scares everyone about 25 is there's no Caleb. The number one pick right now is supposed to be like Shooter or Sanders. Well,
the thing that scares me is because of that we're kind of going to start being due for some more running backs to come into the league from a fantasy perspective. Not exactly next year on. And next year's got great running backs, according to Travis May, who I believe knows everything. Like, that's just college. I don't care to learn about it any more than that. If Travis says it, it'll be good enough for me until I find out. But if there's no distractions, no, people are going to notice. You know what I mean? Like everyone's
exactly.
That kind of sucks.
Yeah.
I'm just here to make things less exciting. Yeah, that's why they bring me in.
Hey. I love Ibuka. I'm ready for him. I wanted him out this year.
I'm glad he didn't come out this year. Like,
I know. That's what everyone keeps telling me, but I liked him.
I wanted so much more from Ibuka. Like I watched him because I watched him early before he went back.
Yep.
He was not in the top 5 of this class.
Yeah, probably not.
But
that's still a first round pick right now. There was 7 or 8 wide receivers in the first round.
Yeah.
Ibuka would have been. Just thinking about where people went. I liked Ibuka more than Polk.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the big problem with waiting, right? Is you think you're going to be great, and then you're not.
Fucking the NFL, man. Who should we take in the 3rd round? Well, there's a lot of good skill positions left. Let's go with Tip Raymond. like that was how did that get into the thought process? Anyway, carry on. I like the Benson's landing spot seems solid.
Yes. Yep. I think that's been my favorite. No, like Benson's been my favorite landing spot today. Like in the 2nd and 3rd rounds. Like I think that's the best team fit. It's the best player fit. It was the fact that he went in the 3rd round. I mean in the in the
third
round. He was he was the second pick in the 3rd round. So like the fact that he's still in that sweet spot, like absolutely.
Yeah,
San Francisco just traded up for something.
So you said who traded up?
San Francisco just traded up. Probably for nothing. Now that I just called attention to it.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't hate Coron's landing spot either.
No, but
we like him a lot.
It's weird. It's a weird.
It's weird. Yeah. I'll give you that. It's fucking weird.
Like it's not a hate it, but it's definitely a strange. The Rams cycle through running back so often that it's like, oh no, they did it again. Who are they going to draft next year to usurp Corum? In the 3rd or 4th or 5th. But
right.
Donovan Edwards, just for fun.
Why not?
Let's ruin some careers, lads. Let's get out there and draft.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think that's honestly the prep talk. Like, come on, let's go ruin these kids' careers. We can't let anyone else be great. We've had our time. No one else gets one.
Yeah. Tell you what, I've gotten a kick out of all the noise coming out of Kirk Cousins' camp today. Just
He did not
fun.
like that.
no.
I feel like
It's- Yeah. It's so funny. They openly said we want to do the Rodgers model. It's like, and you really went all the way to the Rodgers model. You pissed off the quarterback you just paid.
Wait till Cousins is a Jet in 2 years.
I know, seriously. He should have been a Jet last year.
That won't be a
I
tough
think I'm
jersey
going.
swap. You just grab him from college.
I heard somewhere today that they can get out of Cousins in like 2 years, and that's why they took Penix. But he's still going to be 26 or 27 by then.
who gives a?
I mean, he is a doctor, right? I mean, didn't he was 6 years at school, man.
I really feel this time of year, especially because especially with so much of it, we've done a good job. We've seen a lot coming, so we're reaching on things to say or think. Here's the thing: JJ McCarthy and Bo Nix and Penix, they're just crap for us. I wish them luck in the NFL. They're just not going to be particularly. Hopefully, one of them. I got Josh Allen wrong. It's not like it's impossible. And if you want to spend your entire time shooting for the stars, you go. Maybe you'll hit the moon or whatever the damn saying is. But I like winning more often rather than winning more spectacularly. And it's just, it doesn't, yeah. They've got a guy whose upside might be 90% Kirk Cousins. That's the fantasy stuff. The rest is just this kid's life, I guess. I shouldn't dismiss it so easily. But I really don't think it's that important.
Well, it's bad for Penix, right? Because he could have beat out Minshew in Vegas, and that's who wanted him. He could have beat Minshew.
It sounded like there were multiple teams that wanted him, which doesn't surprise me. I know that this has been such a weird, like, pre-draft process with the narratives and the like. 6 months ago, or even 4 months ago, JJ McCarthy was like maybe a second round pick, and like I know
he wasn't even that.
Yeah,
he was splitting time.
Yeah,
McNamara.
I know we won the national championship, and but like
there's the reason there was
like that climb was so much island games.
Yeah,
and the fall of Penix because his team got just waxed, and like again in the island game, like it's been a really weird kind of and like the Jaden Daniels kind of look at his elbow and all it's been such a strange process with all of this, and like the I don't understand the hate initially for Worthy, like not only in the fantasy community but in the draft community, where they're like, oh, Worthy's not a first round pick, he's mid-second or what, and like you're watching him play and then like having Peter do the same with the numbers and pull up and like what he did from immediately from the jump from his freshman year on.
First day. Yeah.
It's just been such a really strange like narrative year.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing.
From my perspective, that stuff is pause inducing. So I don't see a fault on Worthy's profile outside of not being Harrison, not being Neighbors. Like, there are better prospects, don't get me wrong, but like he's a serious class wide receiver prospect. And yet that stuff you were just talking. And from my perspective, a guy who literally doesn't know what the color of the jersey of the team is, because I seriously don't watch, that's pause-inducing, because some of them probably aren't just clowns dressed up as NFL scouts. Like there's probably something to it. I don't know. That's what happens in my head. It gives me more pause just to be, a little less arrogant than I normally am, to recognize that there's probably something the NFL doesn't like. And the way I do it for myself, because I honestly can't tap down my arrogance, it's just inbuilt. Like, I believe I'm the best. So the way I do it is to recognize that it doesn't matter if it's true. the NFL can squash a good player just because it does it wants to or thinks they're bad. Even if they're good, it can just go, not you, kid, never. And that's
well, and there's those like, you know,
noise around Worthy, you know,
right. And there's those, you know, associations with schools, right? Like Ohio State doesn't have good QBs and Texas doesn't have good wide receivers because they play no defense, and you know,
the laundry. I mean, that was it's not just though confined to college and that translation. Like,
right.
I don't know how many people I heard say, "Oh, if Marvin Harrison goes to the Patriots, I don't even want to draft him." Like,
yeah,
you realize that this is a completely new regime there, right? Like, the laundry is the same.
Yeah.
But it's a new coaching. I mean, I say completely. Yes, there is the Belichick tree, but like, this is not the same team. It's not the same organization. Arthur Smith can squash good players. Absolutely, Wild Rosie, but
you have to believe. But you often.
But
sorry,
like,
I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, but it's the people and the personnel and the way they use the personnel. This goes back to Greg. Like, you were talking about this. It's not the laundry. It's not the fact that it's the Patriots or the fact that it's the Falcons. It's the fact that it was Arthur Smith or the fact that Bill Belichick was being pig-headed about the way he attacked. Like, I think there was such a schism between him and the ownership group that he was just like, nah, I'm going to do this because it's going to piss you off the most. And like, that's not a great way to run a franchise or coach. And neither is whatever Arthur Smith does. I don't know what he's like. Yeah, playing in a sandbox or something. That's totally different. But to me, it's not the laundry. It's not the laundry. And like Ohio State receivers,
excuse me,
right? Like people like Ohio State has been just a tremendous, hotbed of receivers. It's not because of their jerseys. It's because of the coaching there.
Yeah, Zach, I do have some bad news for you.
It's changing.
Marshawn Lloyd just went to Green Bay to share with Jacobs.
I mean, that's okay. How long is Jacobs going to be there? I love Marshawn Lloyd, and I
4-year deal.
Oh, I love Mark. Look at him. I think he's the best runner in the class.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
I can't express how much I love that shit.
And I
was eating while it happened, so I didn't.
That was my reaction.
I don't love him as a pass catcher. It's funny because all of the pass catching that you're going to see is coming from the Senior Bowl. Like, that's literally what they've got is Marshawn Lloyd was really good in one-on-one drills. Like, yeah, because he doesn't have to account for anything else. He's fine. For my money, he's the best runner in the class, and he's not a terrible pass catcher. He's just not. He's not a he's not what I would consider a pass catcher plus, which is really the profile that I would want going in with Jacobs, because then you'd have the player who can come in, spell him, have the receptions that will get us fantasy points. And then if Jacobs took a vacation to Bermuda for like 6 weeks or 8 weeks or, however long a vacation to Bermuda lasts,
sprains his
come in and spell it. Yeah, that's
sometimes.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Dylan's still there too, though.
You don't want to project that shit. I get it.
Yeah. It's
I always say they go start a Lilo farm in Fiji. Like, that's my dream. They all just go live their best life and be like, yeah, I wrote for that.
Look, depth at running back is not a bad thing. It's
no,
of course not.
And that's a good, if I was a Packers fan, I'd be ecstatic. That's a great running back to have.
Yep.
I mean, you should have just kept Aaron Jones, but yeah, sure.
Well, son of a bitch, PA man. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not running.
You had a good one, and you were like, nah.
And
I think Jacobs is a good one.
Like it or not,
that's true. Yeah,
it or not, whatever the Packers have done has worked. The shit works, man. I just at this point, I've been a Green Bay Packer fan for 30 plus years. I just trust in it.
Okay, I can't. I'm not hating, and I want them to succeed. But just on the off chance that I'm right, I do want you to consider that they had two of the best all-time quarterbacks back to back. Jordan Love was highly touchdown dependent, and that's gonna go away. And maybe you're just leaning into a little confirmation bias, thinking they can't make a bad move.
Oh no,
I think last year really inflated. Like I think we're in for a fall here.
Oh man, PA, I'm not looking for championships here, man. I'm looking for happiness.
I mean, I think you'll be looking
I'm looking for what these quarterbacks gave me were winning seasons. What these quarterbacks gave me were wins every season. I'm not looking for Michael Jordan shit here, man. I'm looking for happiness and
looking for entertainment. We want the teams to be fun to watch, and I agree. 10
to 12 wins a season and a playoff run every goddamn year. I mean, come on. How many
who are we?
How many fan bases can say that shit? That you just get a chance every year. Exactly. You get a chance.
Not anymore.
What is that like?
We're winning 10 goddamn games a season. We're pushing it, man.
Well, I come from the perspective as I don't have a team, and not like as a stance. I came into this game through fantasy, and that's just the only way I've ever really viewed it. You understand? Right. And so my take is purely fantasy driven. To be clear, I'm hoping the games are good. I'm hoping the team has success, and I like a lot of the players, and I'm always rooting for them. But from a fantasy perspective, I'm concerned.
And I've also fallen into that type of thought or feeling. I've become much less of a Packer fan and much more of a player fan, right? Yeah. I mean, I'm a player fan at this point, but I still want my Packers to do the right things. And a lot of my best friends that's how we bond. That's how we celebrate life. Right. So I need that every year, and the Packers have given me that every year, except for a few, aside from a few.
Well, I say yes, but I can only say yes from a theoretical perspective. Having no friends, heart, or feelings, obviously it's all technical to me, but I think I get the idea. Yeah,
we just want to celebrate, man. I want to go to my buddy Travis's house, sit in his hot tub, and watch the Packers win because we get to celebrate.
Hello,
it's not about longevity. It's about the moments we collect, right?
I'm a Bears fan. You've beaten our ass for 20 years, man. So
a lot of moments
I feel no remorse for what you're saying right now.
As a Packer fan, I do not hate the Bears. I do not hate any team. Again, I am a fantasy contributor. I'm a fantasy fan. So I won with Justin Fields this year. I won with Justin Fields.
Oh yeah.
But it's also wonderful to have friends you grew up with and all we've known is winning. Shit, man. I can't say anything else, but all we've known is getting together and fucking celebrating. And that's been part of my life, my whole life. Shit. I don't know if I should apologize for it or.
Yeah, definitely. You always want to apologize.
But I'll tell you the same thing I've told Joe memories because of this game.
Speaking of which, and you gotta learn to have fun in the process, or the celebration is great, but just having that communal experience is the thing, right? You gotta have fun losing. You just got to, no matter what John Bosch says. You have to find about the thing you're talking about. It has to be the actual experience, not the celebrating. That's got to be the best part. I will say I'm trying to figure out who I care about that's still left, and there's a lot of running backs and tight ends, but I think it's only really Franklin and Walker, right? A wide receiver that we're kind of waiting.
Javon Baker for me too.
I love Javon Baker. Come on, Javon Baker.
Fair enough.
And
he's the guy I didn't.
Not today, but I wish today. Taj Washington. I really wish Taj would go today, but
yeah, he's on that end of that list. That's fair.
It's so funny that he was the best receiver on the team with the best quarterback,
And no one,
cares.
like, man.
And
his name's Taj. How can he
and
be good if he's called Taj?
It's
No,
so
he's actually
funny.
pretty good.
Well, and it's so funny to me because I think that playing with Caleb Williams actually hurt him because what Taj Washington does well is not what Caleb Williams does well. Like if Caleb
Right.
Williams would take a 2-step drop and go 1,001, 1,002 and throw it, Taj Washington would have had 1,500 yards and like 102 catches. It would have been
But
amazing.
Caleb likes to dance and
Caleb
throw off
likes
his
to
back
back
foot because
and
he can.
Yeah,
and
he
it's
likes
fun.
to drop back and like turn his back on the
Yeah.
offense.
Schoolyard
like, kicking
football.
off the- yeah.
Yeah.
And like Taj is like, I've been open for like 6 seconds. I'm just gonna hang out over here now.
I'm gonna stop my route now
Yeah,
and let
yeah.
you do your thing.
Like that was really cool, but I'm here.
Yeah. Because Brendan Rice still hasn't been drafted yet either, has he?
No, but I like Taj better than I like
I did too.
Rice.
but
Even though Rice is Rice, I like
that's the name though. That's
Yeah.
not the player.
It's almost like they're not horses. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. Just thought. I was gonna say you guys almost make watching football sound fun. Like I almost got tempted there for a second. I was like, that sounds pretty. Nah.
Oh
Pete,
man,
if you give me a week, I bet I could tell you on it.
I have been getting together.
I need to really prepare. I need to do some data. I'm gonna have a spreadsheet right on
You
this
got-
wall.
Oh,
I'm gonna
don't
do
hit
some
your
data.
wife. For
I know. I didn't see her, but
It's all right. I watched her
yeah.
form. It looks like she could take him. She's good. All right.
I've been
that
getting
reflex
together
there,
with the
that was
same
solid.
gentleman for 15 years.
That's pretty cool.
We get together and we watch Packer football no matter what. No matter what. It's just a no matter what. It's not brotherhood, it's love, man. It's family.
Yep.
It
McMillan
brings
just
us-
went, by the way.
it brings us together.
Did you say McMillan?
McMillan to Tampa.
Yep.
Jim.
Tampa. Yep.
So
I hate
wanted
that you I hate that you don't have that, Howdy. I hate that you don't have that.
well, I think that's a human thing. I have it. I just don't have it over watching Green Bay Packer football.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
I have it a lot through
I hate
fantasy
you for
football,
slandering
frankly.
my-
Like
my
Zach
goddamn
over
team
there, I
like
get
that.
together with him every Wednesday, and it's the highlight of my week. Man.
Yep. You have it just like I have it. It's just
Yeah, everyone just finds it a different place. It's fine. Hopefully, or that's.
oh my gosh. Well, if you can't find your place, man, come over here and I'll give you a place.
There you go.
Come on. I loved watching it last night, man. I loved it.
90 seconds. Yeah. Oh, I appreciate that.
Franklin.
I got told I swore too much, so I'm trying to cut that out. Which is true. It wasn't a bad note.
I can usually turn it on and off, and the fact that I was on for 4.5 hours last night and didn't let one loose is impressive.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah,
Frank.
Frank,
That's a really
you were
good
on
point.
for a
I
long
got
time,
too
yeah.
used to my kid filter being solidly. You have young kids, and it just gets locked in there. Like I don't mind if they swear, actually, but I did want to make it, not them getting expelled their first day, and so when you got young kids, you get used to censoring yourselves. But I think mine are getting old enough now that my filter's wearing out. And, you know what I mean? Like I need a refresh somehow.
I always joke. So I started off. I work at a shipyard, like a naval shipyard, and I started off out in production. And so I'm wearing my t-shirts, I'm wearing my sweatshirts, I'm doing spray painting. Now I'm doing engineering and design. So now I wear a lot of button-down shirts, and I think that the amount I can swear is inversely proportional to the number.
It's correlated to your outfit. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I just got to start wearing a tie. Got it.
That's
Yeah.
it. No, I don't wear a tie.
It catches
wear
it right there.
I wear my button-down shirt, but like unbuttoned so you can see the Scott Fishbowl.
Yeah.
But
Can you
I get
imagine the music for Dynasty Grind hitting and Peter's just sitting there in like a suit to start Wednesday?
I got to watch myself. And Zach said this
Yeah.
would do it. I don't know.
I
actually
feel like
think this was one of the cultural exchange experiences I had as a teenager, where I did this thing where it was a youth organization military exchange where cadets from different countries, Air Force and Army cadet program would come here and vice versa. and I was doing the escorting for the ones that were coming here. And the Americans Tour 1 were absolutely shocked at how foul-mouthed I was. Because we're English and we talk like this and we all have royal families and stuff. And I was like, it's where I learned that English people are actually some of the most foul-mouthed human beings on the face of the planet, but our TV and media make us look all like we're not.
Right.
And Americans, on the other hand, not a lot more. They're a little more. They don't swear as much. It's like swearing.
Depends on the part of America. Probably.
And it's changing. Culture's always changing, I guess, with more informality of media. But when I was 17, it was very much like every American was like, how much do you swear? It's like, what the you mean? Like, apparently we're a little bit more foul-mouthed in general, and it doesn't come across through our media as well. I guess because American movies are all badass and English movies are all 10 people locked in the countryside discussing what to do about this funeral. It doesn't really accurately
how they're gonna save the farm.
Yeah. A lot less foul mouths in that kind of story. But Zach, ties, where'd you buy them? Like as an adult, the only ties I've ever owned were bought for me by my parents. So
I don't do ties, Pete. Buttons, not ties.
Buttons.
I feel like Peter, if you started the grind with a tie, it would devolve into the old. You remember the Sports Center commercial?
It would end with
the ties. Where he's got the tie on. Said, follow me to freedom. Like that's where we would be.
That's where, yeah. That's roughly the arc of the dynasty grind. We start off at one place and we end up trying to incite a revolution. Yeah. So Franklin, Walker, you say Baker.
Javon Baker.
I know Burton's someone we've been asked about a lot, so I guess some people are excited.
But no, it's running the Bengals.
Yeah.
The Ravens are about to pick. This could be Franklin. It's reading.
A lot of it is done, you guys. How is your top 8 looking right now in a Superflex?
I did a quick view of that, and it's pretty solid from what it was pre-draft. Again, because we got so much.
I think Xavier Worthy's got to be up in there. JJ McCarthy goes up, right? I mean,
those quarterbacks are probably the end of the first for me, but they're up. Yeah.
So here's the thing, Greg. If you're talking a super flex with no tight end premium, it's probably a little different.
It's always tight end premium.
So I play in so many Russ leagues that it's 1.75.
Yep.
I do not care about a QB2 because I end up with at least 2, usually 3, maybe 4 of the top tight ends, and they are my super flexes because they score at or above quarterback 2 levels, and you can get them so much further down. So the only reason I would be looking at McCarthy, looking at Nix, looking at Penix is to trade them. So it's a value. My draft board and my draft board to trade is different.
But you know to draft a trade is a big mistake. I mean, is that often working for you?
No, and so I
think a quarterback it's different. I think a quarterback
mistake.
It's legitimate in Superflex because even Jared Goff has value to a team that needs a starter during the second half of the season. Like quarterback's a little different. But
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Well, but it's so now we're back. Now we're back to that.
No, you're right. You are right because during the end of the season, if somebody gets inserted or something, I mean,
but now
it's the windows of it.
Exactly.
But you are right in general, in principle. Yeah.
But we're also back to that psychological thing where people see Superflex and they're like, I need quarterbacks.
Right.
You don't. You need good quarterbacks. But we don't do.
It's always that one little word people forget. You don't need running backs. You need good.
Yeah.
We're not playing with these players we draft. We're playing with the players in our leagues. We talked about it earlier. You're not playing with the players that we draft necessarily. You're playing with the players you're playing in your leagues. And if you don't know the players you're playing in your leagues, then you might be making a mistake.
You definitely are.
Yeah. I just think you're making a big mistake. But I'm probably
And that's
drafting.
okay. That's okay.
I'm probably
You're
drafting.
allowed to make your own mistake.
Yeah, but I'm probably drafting Xavier Worthy pretty high right now. I don't know.
That's the thing. Pre-draft, I was already like really high.
And that's what I was saying. Like, so Peter and I had literally the exact same top 7 in February, which is this never happens because we come at things so differently.
We
Like,
normally
Peter,
don't.
Peter comes at it from the numbers and doesn't watch any film, and I'm coming at it purely from film. And then like once I get done film, I'm like poke my head out of the hole. I'm like, all right, Peter, what do you see? And what did I miss? What do I need to go back and look at? And like we just kind of put the cards on the table, and we're both like, oh,
you thief.
Yeah. And so like this year was it's that, and I think that's part of what makes it a good class is because it was the players are good, but it was so easy to delineate where players were in the tiers, and it's just like, man, this is a fun class.
Yeah.
And so like
where to put sorry.
No, it was just like literally the first 5 receivers that went off the board for the NFL were the first 5 receivers that we had.
It just happened. Yeah.
It's like, hey, here we are.
Yeah.
So
I tell you what, I'm just trying to do a quick ranking, and I think in the top 12, where to put Drake May is probably one of my bigger questions right now. I've got it like 3 tiers. Caleb, Daniels, Harrison, Neighbors, all in the first tier with Brock Bowers. Then it's for May there or go wide receiver is my question. Because right now I've got May, Worthy, Odunze, Thomas in a tier, then the other quarterbacks basically. I think I kind of want to put May below the wide receivers, but I'm back and forth on it right now.
I still think I'd take May before those that.
I think so. I think his profile was good enough, but I really liked Scott Barrett. I think it was the other day because he was using a line of logic I like to use when I can, which is that the NFL doesn't fix issues; it exposes them further. And I don't think May gets fixed at the NFL. It's whether it can not matter. That's what I need.
I think for May, it's a matter of how long the Patriots can afford to let him sit, which sounds counterintuitive, but I really do think that.
I get you.
I think they're thinking that way too. They have to be thinking that way.
Yeah.
They have.
I mean, otherwise it's just gonna be ugly.
No, you can't. You can't. Jacoby Brissett is fine. It's fine.
Yeah,
but
it's fine.
I think I agree with those tiers. I think I agree.
Yeah.
I really do.
The tiers are the easy part, though. We can all, like, your tiers. It's when you get into the ranks, we start hating each other. It's like Odunze versus Worthy. I think taking Odunze is perfectly valid, but I'm going to rank Worthy above him. Like, I would not argue, but the minute we get into the individual ranks is when we're like, nah, fool. Even if you're saying the exact same thing. You know what I mean?
That's a question I wanted to ask. I mean, before yesterday, I was drafting Odunze over Worthy, and now, I'm not asking you that because I know how you feel.
Well, no, so I think this is again now we get into the
we get into the nitty gritty, man. Let's get into it.
Because my ranking will have Worthy and has had Worthy over Odunze.
I know
you don't have to draft them that way. Basically, what you do is you take the temperature of ADP or whatever, and people have had Odunze,
right?
People have had Odunze in the same tier as Harrison Jr. and for such a long time.
Yeah, they've been pushing them.
There's going to be anchoring bias there, and so I think you get Worthy at a discount. Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Yep. I'm
Here's
near
the thing, though. I'm not normally aiming to be in that range of a draft. I'm either trying to go up to get Neighbors or Harrison, or I'm trying to trade out. As a rule,
I was
but I
was
kind of want
that.
in to get some because this class in particular, I kind of like a lot of that stuff. Like I'm trying to get Bowers, I'm trying to get Neighbors, Harrison, or usually I'd get out. But this year, I'm like, maybe it's okay if I'm like successful at that than usual. Like maybe it's okay, but I don't want to change the process, as it were. carry on.
No, and okay, so I'm a champion in a league, and I have the 1-6 in a 14-team dynasty league, and I'm sort of loaded. Like, it's just so interesting what might happen because I'm currently rostering Fields and Geno Smith. Like, do I just take JJ at 1-6 because I might need something because I have Gibbs and Hall and Pacheco and CeeDee Lamb and Amon-Ra St. Brown and I mean Pitts. Do I take the tight end at 6?
I think, yeah. I mean, the
It's
more I
so-
listen to
so
these
hard.
rankings,
So
the
hard.
more it sounds like I'm trading my firsts away.
Yeah, it's
Because
so
I don't
hard.
really want to make this choice.
Yeah,
But
At like 8.
but again, like I think, like if you're in a basically the top 7 picks,
Right.
I'm not trading that away because you're
Well,
getting
yeah.
You just take the guy. Yeah.
and then honestly, the next 3 picks, I'm probably not trading those away because I like the players. Unless you get a proven player back
Right.
for that pick, I'm gonna
Or you're
take
building,
that.
strong building.
Yeah, because I think those players are like Odunze, Worthy, Brian Thomas all look fantastic. Like they look
Right.
good. They're not in that level of play. Like Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors are 2 of the top 9 players that I've graded at wide receiver since 2017. Like there are a lot of wide receivers I've looked at. They are 2 of the top 9 in the same class.
Mm-hmm.
So this class is different. Bowers is the highest grade I've given out at tight end. You've got 3 legitimate potential starting quarterbacks. You've got 2 of the highest graded wide receivers that I've seen. You've got Bowers, so now you're down to 6.
right. Chances are I'm going to have a choice of some of that, and I'm great. It's driving me nuts, dude.
But
It's driving.
like
You know, the
But
thing
that's a
that did
great
it for
I
me
problem.
on
should be
Bowers was
celebrating, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's a great problem to have. Like there are too many good players.
I'm coming off a
Yeah.
champion.
No. And maybe the answer isn't trading out. Maybe it's trading down, going to 6 or someone and letting.
See, I hate that though. The last time I thought that was a good idea, I was like, maybe I should trade down to get JJ Arcega-Whiteside, and I'm really glad I had
I
a
told
process
you.
to stop me
Jalen
doing
Rager.
that.
Yeah.
Like I may as well avoid that shit.
That's
Purely
fair.
because I was like, no, come on, stick to the get out. Or okay. But yeah, and luckily I did get Rager once. I had my top 3, my tier 1 in that class was Jefferson, CD, and Rager, and I only ended up having to take Rager in one league. I got really lucky because I could have ended up with so much Rager and not enough Jefferson. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that's an all-time loss.
The interesting thing about that class, though, was the consensus was kind of like CeeDee Lamb, and then like Rager, Judy, and then
Ruggs.
Jefferson was like and he didn't even come up to like 108 or 109
Not
until
receiver.
until after the combine. Like he
Yeah.
ran faster than people. Like I wish he hadn't run at the combine because I would have had like
Oh,
damn it.
Justin.
Well, as it was, I had it was like 80, like because I think I was in like 6 leagues maybe, and I had like 5 out of 6 leagues I drafted Jefferson because he was going 108, 109, 110.
Yep.
I'm like,
Yep.
yeah, I will trade back into the 110
After Rager.
Yeah.
Regularly.
But again, I mean, it just goes to show you that like we just don't know.
We
Like,
don't know a goddamn thing.
It's such an inexact.
None of us do.
Yeah.
None of us do. That's why this is so beautiful. It's why it's so beautiful. Oh, shut up, Peter. Shut up. I know you think you know everything. You
Everyone but me.
He does know everything.
don't. My
It's
goodness.
true. I mean, I do.
I believe half of what you say and none of what you tell
It's just the accent. I will say Like there's a straight up now it's just running back section. After you get a certain point in these ranks, like I'm trying to do a quick ranking just off the top of my head. And like you get past most of the players we're talking about, and then it's like, okay, where's the next running back? Just,
Yep.
But outside of Benson, none of them have fallen anywhere far either.
Like, I'll take them.
Yeah.
Yeah, none of them are falling in good spots either. Though.
End.
I mean,
As a legit rule, every year after the 111 in a rookie draft, you should be taking running backs because they all get chances. Everyone of them gets a chance, and they all can be flipped for something more than you probably paid for them.
Well, there's a whole class of first-round players here, and even early second, where I'm like, I just think that's going to make people more excited. I'll take the running back, and it includes those quarterbacks: Penix, McCarthy, Nix. But then you've got Pearsall, Leggett, Coleman, Ladd. Like if someone wants to trade into that pick to get one of those guys, I'll take the next running back. Like I'm just straight on out, and it seems crazy. Like a lot of here's the thing. We've been talking about Ladd McConkey with the
Ladd's going to go in the first.
Everyone we're like the player. He's pretty good. Count me out for fantasy. Is like I would want to see it, but I don't see the volume, and so like an early second round pick to the Chargers, no less, is going to make someone think.
He's going to go in the first in some drafts now. Ladd is.
Yes, he is.
And legitimately, from a profile, like good yards per route run, he's good per touch. He's great, or decent at his role. He's not.
All I heard was Peter say he's the next Puka. That's what I heard.
There you go.
Honestly, guys,
and goes to the Chargers.
Wouldn't you rather have a running back at the top of the second round?
Yeah.
I think I would. I really think I would.
I've got 4 or 5 running the running backs that have been drafted so far. I'm pretty sure I could talk myself into all of these guys over most of those first round wide receivers that we just.
Yep.
Like
it's they could fall into the wide receiver sadness very easily. There's so many.
Keon Coleman's the wild card though, right? Because people didn't like him going into this draft, but now he's number 1 in Buffalo. In theory, right now.
But that's one of the guys. I'm like, if you want to believe in that, like, cool. Let me go down there.
I will believe in
like he's on that
landing spot.
Yeah,
every time.
I wish they hadn't traded back, so he got first round capital, and they really set that trap.
That was first round capital though. 33 is first round capital.
I mean,
like
it is, but it isn't.
Yeah.
I'm going to agree. It's 33 is first round capital. 33 is that's the first round riders.
But no. But it's the same thing as if I send you the 201 or I send you the 112. The 112 has that 1 in front of you. You're like, that's a first round pick. There's a difference. And if he had gone in the first round and every analyst was like, Keon Coleman, first round capital, look at this highlight.
How tall.
Yeah. It's different than
You're right.
Keon Coleman went at the top of the second to the Bills.
And there is the bonus. There is the 5-year option, garbage and stuff. There is.
I mean, that matters.
Yeah, but not
like
play under that anyway.
You want longevity in Dynasty. I mean, you want.
Yeah, I mean,
the
5th-year option
is more about that stuff. I think that's right. The thing about in fantasy is your league mate thinking first round. It's going to be whether you can talk him into him being the next DK Metcalf. That's DK Metcalf went early on day 2. Some say that's more important than going late round 1 because they're on the top of their minds on day 2 rather than the bottom of their minds on day 1. That's a trade comment to leave.
I'm just going to fall for this.
Can you give me the some say again? I really got Top Gear. Some say.
And more often than not, at the top of the first round, you're getting drafted to a good team, which helps. I'll just say that.
It does.
It helps.
So what's
I
your
got
choice
AJ
at
Brown to thank for that.
right
He
now?
just cured me of landing spot problems. So I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't care anymore. Okay, cool. Neat. And to be fair, that's not about Tennessee. That was about Corey Davis, who I truly and deeply believe in, still somehow. And I was like, oh no, it's just that AJ Brown's much, much better. Cool, got it. Understood. Not landing spot.
Do you guys think that Will Levis is going to be as bad as everybody thinks?
I think he's going to
Levis
be
not-
great.
Yeah,
Honestly.
I don't think he's as bad as people think. I don't think he is as good as the people who loved him think. Like, but I think he's a far more functional quarterback than everyone who hated him.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
I think
You got
I
it.
think
You
Levis's
got it.
range of outcomes is tight and in the middle, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And I think from a fantasy perspective, you don't want to be holding the bag. If he needs to be good, then you shouldn't roster him. If you know what I mean? Like, it has to be a luxury if he is good. That's
Yeah.
kind of where I'm at.
So you're
I-
quarterback,
I'm at-
like Zach
yeah.
says, unless
You're
they're very good, they
You're
don't matter.
Yeah, you're holding.
Given how much we've talked about kind of the early second, if someone wants to throw me Levis for a second, I'll take that all day long right now.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. Especially if you're shopping for
'Cause
that extra value.
They've
that
done
Yeah.
too much to help him this offseason. They've gotten him a new O-line coach. They've gotten him some O-line. They got him some receivers, some new running backs. They're doing everything in their power to make sure that he has the best opportunity possible.
It looks like
Well, I'm rooting for
a-
the player, that's for sure. Like, I
it
want
looks
him
like
to do well.
it looks like a 2022 Geno Smith season is what it looks like to me. It
Which
looks,
is fine. Geno's
Yeah,
great in
It
22.
looks great. It looks like a top 8 season to me.
Yeah.
I think people should be more aware of.
If you can have Levis as your QB2,
Yeah.
you're
I just
golden.
think- Yeah, but I think you could go get him for like the 112 right now.
Absolutely.
The 2-1.
And I'd probably do that. I'd probably take Levis over JJ.
I think, I think
And,
that's
yeah.
madness. There are wide receivers that are going to be taken there that could be, nothing. And quarterbacks are everything.
Good quarterbacks are everything. Do you
Good
gotta
Oh,
You
come
can't forget the
on,
word.
man.
you need
I
that
think-
adjective.
I think just like Frank was saying, if even if he doesn't really have it between the ears, he's got it in the arm, and they're
Yeah.
surrounding him with people that can help him out. They're
With an
sitting-
offense that should help
Oh,
him too.
It-
An
it-
offense that is built
around-
for him.
they're doing everything to help.
There's just
what
too many
may not
ifs in there. I mean,
You're right, you're
fantasy is a pretty simple game, and if you have to game plan out the season to happen exactly this way when you're not even in the single of the rooms that matter, like I'm just saying, understand what branch you're out on.
Good
And I'm
call.
not saying it can't happen. Like Ryan Tannehill's a wide receiver who we've written off by the time he went to Tennessee because they tried it so long in Miami. Like, it's not like Will Levis hasn't got a better arc than that, at least. And like I said, I think his range of outcome is tight and in the middle. But if your best range of outcomes, and I think a legitimate upside would be half of what Jared Goff has put up for us so far. That's awesome from where he is at right now.
Yeah. I
But
mean,
what are we throwing at that? If it's a late first,
Look-
fine. But like Zach says, that late first, we only have so much capital. And that one in front of a thing can get a lot of trades done. Not just for half of what Jared Goff. You know what I mean? From an NFL perspective, if you're talking about the team, like entirely different thing. Rooting for the kid,
No.
I think he can definitely be solid. The team can succeed that way. Yeah, sure. I'm just
McCaffrey.
always
Yeah,
I saw that.
that one
Yeah.
means that one
to
means
Washington. That's it.
McCaffrey to
though.
Washington. That's great.
With the day 2, Mr. Irrelevant. Like that's
Yeah.
it. That was the last pick. The
Yeah,
37th.
So that
pick
means
of the
everyone
third
we
round.
liked still is day 3 now. Franklin,
Yeah,
Baker,
at least.
they're all day
Finally,
3
we're
Cowboy
entering
now.
my favorite range of the draft. Like this, none of this stuff even matters to me. It's fourth round plus is where players get interesting.
I love this shit. I fucking love this shit. And you totally convinced me that one in front of that draft pick is probably
I love
worth
it.
more than Will Levi's. It probably is.
Well,
is.
like you and Zach
Like-
said earlier, you do have to assess your league. Like,
Yep.
if I'm in a league with Zach, like everyone in there is like Zach mostly, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna get none of this past you guys. So yeah, you do have to assess your league a little bit. If no one falls for that, then yeah, it doesn't matter.
I find myself talking myself into it, and
I like the idea.
that's something I have to get over. I find myself talking myself.
Well, and that's the same.
like-
It's the same phenomenon where, like, I'm trying to be as objective as possible in a subjective process.
Yep.
It's the same thing. Like What,
I
Peter?
want it to happen. I want it to happen.
Peter, who is the author? Because I said this the other day. The Kill Your Darlings.
Shit.
So there's an
is
author who's like, you write this thing and you love it, but you have to revise and you have to cut and you have to kill your
Yeah,
darlings.
you have to.
So you can't get attached to, and it's so hard because part of what's great about this game is like you're rooting for these players and you want them to succeed, and their success is tied to your success, and so there's this visceral connection. But you also have to dissociate and make good decisions.
Yep.
Or you can just have fun too. Like that's fine. But if you dissociate and make good decisions, you're going to be more successful. It's hard to do. It's really hard to do.
Wild Rosie and Jason are both asking about McCaffrey in the chat.
Yeah.
I am not excited about the player from like a fantasy perspective. I think it's like actually Rice actually did a better job in college, and I'm not particularly excited. McCaffrey did a bad job in college, and I'm not excited from a fantasy perspective. Late day 3. They can probably get some NFL value out of him, and he's got like half his family in the league, so it makes sense. But like that's all.
I'll tell you what, I'm
I
really
don't think there's
starting
anywhere he could have gone or any draft capital he could have got that would have made me excited. So I'm probably asking the wrong guy, but you're asking, and you said anyone. They actually specifically asked Zach, but
Frank,
Go, Frank.
No, Frank, you got.
I was going to say I'm really starting to like Dotson again now because his quarterback got good and they're not filling out a lot of. I know Peter's making a face. I know he's going to have another chance here, and if people are selling him for a second too, that's another sneaky buy.
that second could probably be a running back. You know what I mean? Laura.
Running back is
The face I'm making isn't again where I play such a unfun kind of a game. It's not about Dotson. Like I thought his profile was pretty solid. He got good draft capital and he's done very little with it, but he did get a lot of routes. That's not nothing. But I also played breakout arcs, and we're well past where 70% of the most significant breakouts in fantasy have happened by Dotson's point in his career. So could it happen? Sure, but you're betting on that 30%, some of which is like. Who was it last year? Christian Kirk was the year before. This year it was there was some like 5th-year player finally. Nico Collins outkicked his coverage and also the breakout arc this year. He was kind of just on the cusp of it, not like Dotson or Buffalo to the late breakout player. Who am I thinking of, Zach? Robert Woods. Like that's also included in that 30%. So like Dotson's on the outside of that range, you know. That's why I'm making a face. It's got nothing to do with the way he plays, the odds per out run he put up, or anything like that. It's just we probably would have seen a little bit more by now. Most have.
He was a funny, like I didn't really care for him coming out, and then he had like 4 games as a rookie where he scored touchdowns.
Yeah,
and everyone got really excited. I'm like, that's not what you get excited about. Like I understand touchdowns are big points, but like real like. And this is partially the way I play. So, like, it's not you're not wrong playing it a different way because there are a bunch of different ways to do this. But, like, I really gravitate toward guys who drive targets, guys who have lots of chances to amass catches, and guys who can create yards after the catch. And I don't think that that's what Dotson does. I mean, it's not really
the value an NFL team has to offer are the snaps and the routes and the opportunities. And if they're spending them on a player, to Zach's point, I think that's the most significant sign you can see. But to be fair, being efficient can lead to more of those, but rarely. Hey, there we go.
Jesus.
I love that.
I look so much more respectable that way. You can really get a sense of corporate America there, don't you?
I can sell that to a lady in.
Some say he has the biggest spreadsheets in the world.
Motherfucker makes me want to smoke, man.
Oh
yeah, don't.
I think that came out a lot better. I think that might be my new profile picture.
I like it. It's about time you look.
Beautiful. It's beautiful. A beautiful bearded man.
Damn right.
All right, Bobby. I feel like we've hit the end of the the end of the road here, haven't we?
All right, so that will wrap it up. Let's play something on the way out. 'Cause
Not
everyone-
that I don't want to be here, but I'm also working OT tomorrow morning at 5. Which
I got to
gives
be
me-
at work at 7.
Yeah, so
That's
Sounds
always
good.
fun. I actually have tomorrow.